Okay. So I'm just catching up on some housekeeping. My mic coming through okay? AV check 1 2 1 2. That's not enough monitors for all of these forms of communication. This progress bar could take a little while. There's a huge amount of assets. This isn't the first time it's been opened in a URP project, so we wait. So who's tuning in? We got Daryl here. Masquerado? Is that pronounced right? Who you? Who are you? Who you be? So you guys, I can't have this in copyright pulled, so you'll have to. You guys don't get my drum and bass soundtrack, which is absolutely essential for daytime development, especially if you're allergic to caffeine. Steady flow of near beer and drum and bass. Oh no, it's my nemesis. Shouldn't you be working? Hello, darling. Let's see what Thor does when you're not here. Look at it. That's it. Oh, god damn day. You actually, I think, breathed for a second there, so that's new. Look, I made a battery that definitely doesn't look like a bomb. Come on, progress. Or this should be the only significant one. URP compiling of lots of materials can take time. Safe to use a blowtorch with batteries, right? Can explode. Well, this is riveting so far. I do have a plan, though. So, Daryl, my plan. Get the cavern up and running. Make sure there's no problems with the URP material imports. I don't foresee anything massive. It looks like it's a low bunch of probably simple lit materials. Probably might be a giant shared atlas, which has me a little worried in case we need to change one. We'll see with that. Get the XR rig in, pull in whatever relevant scripts from our class projects. So mostly interactive stuff, locomotion. That's about it. Then I'm going to start pissing about with lights. Start with lights as the natural starting point. I had a little bit of messing around last night to confirm that point lights behave nicely in URP, and turns out I dodged a bullet there because point lights did not cast shadows until 2021 Unity, which would have been a real bummer. Workaround would have been to use flashlights, which use spotlight instead. But kind of glow sticks seemed like a cool thing. I was looking in the video that's cave too, and there's these rad little green mushrooms, and me and my partner pointed out it's like those could be totally just like plucked and thrown as some kind of lighting. Maybe the lighting fluctuates. Maybe they light up when the sound or something. So we can definitely play with some mixed senses there. I like the idea of your voice, using a microphone and having your voice kind of echo through the room about cause other effects like light to be created and stuff. It's jamming ideas at this point. I'm not gonna lie, this is effectively my favorite part of my job. This is the dream job part. This is when you Um, you can sit down and do R&D all day. It's fucking cool. I mean, dude, my career is peaked. So here we go. What I was messing around with yesterday, just mostly a sanity check. Got a point light here, and you'll notice I'm getting a bit of lag off the video streaming, but that's no biggie. You'll see it's casting perfect shadows, including soft shadows. So we're good to go. We should have beautiful shadows casting off of little glow sticks. Oh man, I forgot how much casting ruins my day in Unity. We'll have to live with it. So we got soft shadows, we got hard shadows if we want them. Lots of settings here. Now it remains to be seen whether this will push to an Android device. So the first thing I'm gonna do is check once I get the scene in, get a simple glow stick. We get a lot of complaints here. I think it's already saying it's high. I think it's complaining about high resolution maps. It's using 2048 high quality resolution. We do not need shadows that great. So if you can compare the difference, if I bring it over here next to these bits of wood drywall pieces here, and I pop that onto a much lower resolution. Try that again. Resolution, medium. Okay, it does seem to cut the near clip plane a little bit, but in terms of resolution, that looks fine, absolutely fine to me. It might be a little harsher on a hard shadow. No, that also looks great. So we have a lot of leeway here, and it'll still look good. But saying all that, still going to be testing this ASAP on the device to see if URP on Android point shadows not a thing. So we'll find out. I'll leave everything as it was. Although it's getting bloody noisy down here. I wonder if this will shut up if I lower this a bit. Still complaining. Must be complaining about something else. Reduce additional punctual light shadows by 2 to make 7. There's going to be some degree of limits of how many lights I have in the scene here, and I don't know how many. I think we got 1 right now. I need to check what rendering pipeline I'm using. If it's deferred rendering supports far more lights. Yeah, the cave is just gonna look great with shadows, like stalagmites and all these kind of pillars and stuff. I think we should just overblow it, go for hyper realism, go like just exaggerate it. We're already dealing with a low poly environment, so just go really high vibrant, like visceral with it. What was I doing? Player. I forgot what these settings were. It's always a great sign. So caveat, the full disclosure, I'm not so savvy when it comes to things like color spaces and even like some of the rendering pipeline stuff, because I'm a straight coder, so this is going to be really educational for me as well. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, where is deferred rendering of these days? Deferred rendering graphics, seems likely. A lot of this has changed. The layout of this has changed a ton since 2019, so I'm going to probably need to do a little bit of Uni 2021 deferred. Just where the settings live. That's great. How do I turn it on, buddy? Major path. Maybe it's setting up in here. Okay, so this is the whole idea of URP, is you have a render pipeline. So now we're using a forward renderer for this one, which will give us more limitations on our light. So whether that'll become a problem or not, it's not known. But forward render is a bit more of an old school way of rendering. Deferred rendering kind of takes your yes. Yeah, by all means, soak Nikisa. I'm probably one of the, in terms of the lighting pipelines and stuff, Many of the other instructors are more versed than I am. So let me see here if I can see there's all this kind of stuff. Like, wow. I'd love to get some screen space ambient occlusions. I don't even know what screen space shadows are. But this is the benefit. What are these things? Forward rendering data. Do I have a non-forward rendering data? Doesn't appear so. So I won't worry about this right now. This is probably, this might not even be a problem we need solving. So first things first, let's get that scene open. Bit of organization, keeping everything in third party that belongs there. If I seem to be distracted, it's because I'm dealing with my usual student load and another window. And student questions, they take priority, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. Just gotta juggle a little bit. I promised my C# students that I'd share this as well, because a lot of them are really curious, because they're going to be joining the 10-week program shortly in July, on July 6th, I think. And some are really curious about like what's all final project, what's all about. So they're excited to see something like this. So a few of them will be joining too, probably. Alright, let's open this guy up. I'm looking forward to seeing what atmospheric sounds you got there, Daryl, as well. Okay, so it's broken into several scenes, and also let's just show room, see if it's what we're dealing with. Let's pump down the drum and bass a little here, because I don't think drum and bass and caves go great together. Okay, so we're already running into the URP, what I suspected would be a problem. So all of these materials here are not supported by URP. Now, if we're real lucky, this will auto-convert. So we'll upgrade the project materials to URP, and fingers crossed. Okay, so the material seems to have upgraded. We're seeing previews here, but something... Let's get a feel for what... Something... okay. Didn't need to panic. It looks like the materials converted. This is a showroom, so this is showing... Seems to be... Daryl. Regarding shadows, I think it'll look great in the cave. There should be a button. Cool. Yeah, I'll play around with sounds. I want to get sounds involved. Normally sounds when those afterthoughts, it sucks. They tend to be like that, especially with fast-paced experimentation projects, deadlines, that kind of stuff. Sound gets left out, and I don't want that to happen here, because I would like to give sound the attention it needs. Having dynamic sounds, having music shifting between scenes, maybe even stems, depending on what we have. If we can get, Daryl, if you can get your hands on any kind of stem-based music, so we have like you've got your bass, you've got your synth, you've got your any kind of lead stuff, but have like perhaps different beat-matched ones. We can do some blending between stems, create some interesting effects there. But no pressure. Right, so I think the ground plane material is just the default material. That doesn't matter. If we lose that, everything else mostly looks okay. We got a few problems here. Let's look at one of the caves in situ. Let's try this large ambient cave. See how much pink we get. Let's find the cave. Alright. Allows this loading. Big concern about the terrain material here, unless it's designed to be that kind of feel. I know it was meant to be a low poly thing. Let's find something small. Something inside the cave. I fly around. Whoop. Okay, this is a big dark space. Let's see if we can find that cave that they showed in the main preview video. I think it was the one with like the light shafts and stuff. Overgrown cave, perhaps? So the first step is I want to get this into VR. So we can see A little concerned with that. I'm not super concerned about it. I think it's just initializing materials. So this looks more like a half-open cave. It's like one of those, not quite sandwiches. Open-faced sandwich cave. Yeah, this is the one I was kind of thinking of. It's quite dark. Now, I do try to decide whether we should completely avoid baking lighting. Baking lighting would look fantastic with our indirect lighting. So we're getting light bouncing off light and getting this really rich kind of lightscape, but that takes forever and also doesn't really play along with what we want to do with lighting in terms of it being lit completely real time. But let's just give this a play. So I'm gonna do some minor surgery here from our class project. We bring over some goodies that we'll need. We're going to want our VR hands and stuff. This is going to be pretty... We should not have to do this one, so... Final project. Let's do this, okay. I'm tempted to call it third party. Kinda is. It's class project. Alright, let's just sweep some stuff over here. So we're going to want our VR hands. Whatever VR interactions again. This is... Yeah, we might use some of that stuff. Can't hurt. VR hands. The interactions, locomotion. This is the problem. A lot of this stuff is really spread out across a lot of different projects. Like the grabber and the grab object came in food fight, and so I'm gonna take a lot of stuff and then strip out what we don't need. This is third party. VR hands again. Okay, VR hands has got 2. God, this is a bit of a mess. I shouldn't let it come to this. Locomotion, interactions, food fight invariably will need. This will take a little while to import as well. Third party, anything important in here? Don't think there's anything critical in there. XR, no. Okay, let's just pour that in. Strip what we don't need. This might be a bit of a forgiveness, not permission thing. I didn't really ask anybody except for my direct boss, hey, can I just like do an all day lesson? He's like, yeah, this should be fine. So if I get fired because of this, then it's been nice knowing you. Okay, that imported, no errors, fantastic. Let's pull it all into... Oh, we did already. I would like to somewhat make this more logical. So in class project, let me just make a new... Nope, that's a scripts, not a scripts folder. I'm gonna bring out... I can gut this anyway, because it's not being used for the scenes. We'll bring out our scripts, we'll get rid of the stuff we don't need. We'll keep all of our basic objects here. Well, either way I say, anybody can tune in and say, like, hey, check it out, this is what we could be working on at the end of a project. I mean, granted, this is more me just figuring out what the hell I'm going to teach tomorrow. I got some loose ideas already, mostly around lighting, because that seems like the most obvious one to start with. Okay, those are basics there, so let's bring out from locomotion. Just trying to break the dependencies on these these little folders we don't really want. So we don't need locomotion anymore. We shouldn't need food fight anymore. Unless we want to be throwing bananas around. We do have the glowing banana. Maybe we should keep that as our test banana. Our test glow stick. I'll keep the banana. That's kind of how this whole thing started. Well, it was pretty much mostly your idea, Daryl. Let's push this. Let's just push VR to its limit in a big open space. Okay. Food fight can go. Is this process pretty common for you, merging commonly used scripts, or would you build from scratch again? I would probably build from scratch again if given the time constraints. I would not shy away from using previous scripts as reference. But I obviously have coded those scripts quite a few times, and there are aspects of them that don't really fit into a lesson that I would definitely do from scratch with a bit more thought put into it. I'm all for us sharing. We should be sharing as many SimHand. I'll keep SimHand in case we want to test this thing without VR. I'm all for open development, sharing and streaming it. And I can't wait till we start doing the game jam stuff. Me and Lucy and Jerry are starting working organizing our first circuit stream game jam. Don't have a date for it yet, but we do have a lot of the background thoughts gone into it. These guys are weird. We got a third party and a third party. I'm just trying to consolidate this a little bit. I know this is fairly boring, but I want to get this housekeeping out of the way first. So these VR hands can kind of just go into a class projects prefab folder. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to recreate the whole XR rig. I'm not going to bother making a whole asset bundle, or an asset bundle just for moving around some the XR rig. I'll just recreate that from scratch. Yeah, I'll grab all the stuff too from VR interactions to get some fun stuff in there. We got our levers and switches and whatnot, buttons. They could definitely come in useful, and some of the code in there could come in useful. Keep the prefabs there. This Unity is running a little slower than usual because of the streaming thing. It's the only downside. Materials, prefabs. Let's just yeah, sure, take them all. And now we can lose that. And think we're good to go. We'll have explore of the audio in a little while too. What did I do to update the materials to URP? Yep, it's in assets. Sorry, not assets, in edit. Down here, tucked away under render pipeline, universal render pipeline, and then you've got a mass conversion or a more specific selected conversion. And then you just cross your fingers, really. Most basic stuff, like in this case, like these materials were just, yeah, they were just lit materials, standard shader materials. So it didn't have any problem with them. So I'm hoping that's going to be the case. We seem to have lost, unless that's the case, I don't know these leaves. I can't remember from the trailer for this, if those leaves had, if this was styling, if they had transparencies. I would be surprised if this is what they were just all about. It was pitched as low poly, and I just didn't know if it had a little bit of a material on it. It does seem to be, it doesn't have a base map. That's actually what it's meant to look like. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's get an XR rig built up. Let's collapse this down a bit now. Is this the scene I want to be doing it in for now? I should probably have a poke at some of the other scenes. This one seems pretty good. It does seem to be the one that had that the light rays coming in. I don't know how they pulled that off. So let's get XR rig in here first. So we're going to be wanting, we'll come to that in a moment. So we'll use our convert to XR rig. Your main camera has additional components. Okay, what are they added additionally? Okay, they got the post-processing. Universal additional camera data. I think that comes with post-processing, might be mistaken. We can re-add the post-processing. What are they using for? What's their actual volume? Like, what are they using for post-processing? If you look at post-processing layer, that should have, oh, there's going to be a volume in here somewhere, which should be under type post process volume. Not volume, right? There we go. Post process volume was buried in the lighting. So they're using this overgrown post process volume. So these post process volumes also have each one has a profile. So the profile things like should it have bloom, should it look like color grading. In this case, you're using screen space reflections as well, probably for some water. The idea between the volume is that you can step between different areas and have that post-processing effect change. Like if you're playing Skyrim, for instance, is just an example, and you step out of that cave for the first time, your eyes just go and completely bloom out and comes back. That's probably not what they used, but the concept's the same. You have a different volume as you stepped out there, it would have entered a different post-processing volume, and you do the same thing for entering like a cutscene. You might want to throw some vignettes and some cinematic effects on there, and that's how these volumes work. This is a global volume, so it's for the entire scene, but you could have localized ones which actually have like a collider of sorts around them. This is where we'll be adding a lot of fancy stuff, but it's probably complaining about the XR conversion because the post-processing lag was on here. I can re-add that very easily. I don't know what that one is. Really have no idea, but by the way, hope it doesn't offend anybody, but I'm not going to be using Visual Studio for this. I'm going to be using Rider. It's my go-to. I work a lot faster with it. I don't suspect there's going to be a hell of a lot of coding in this, at least not initially. So we probably won't see much code until until it makes sense to like what kind of interactive things we need in this to achieve it. Like I already have an idea of making a crappy flashlight that keeps flickering out. You gotta shake it to get the batteries to work again, just for a few seconds. Just to where we have a completely pitch black area, that might be like a fallback or backup. Some kind of simple inventory system. So if you have a flashlight, you can like just pop it on your waist, left or right, just by entering a volume on your left side and letting go. Then that becomes populated by your flashlight. Maybe if you look down, you can see your flashlight just hanging out there. Something really simple inventory system, depending on what we have. So if you have like glow sticks and stuff, you might want to hold on to one. It'll depend really on how much we need of inventory system, but it will free us up a bit and perhaps allow us to have puzzle elements, like you're looking for a key to open a door or something like that. We're going to probably want some of that. All right, let's see if I can have a look at what the hell this is before I delete it. Universal additional camera data. It's not the most descriptive class name. But yeah, check out the mushroom cave. That one seemed pretty dark and very ambient, so it might be ideal for lighting effects. I don't know what the delay is on YouTube. I think it's like 20 seconds or something, so it's hard for me to tell if someone's responding to something I just said, or who knows. So is this opening in Rider? Rider taking its sweet time today? It does do this sometimes. So it's open something simpler. The only thing ever makes me want a faster computer is when I'm streaming. It does chew on that old CPU. It doesn't help that I can't get my screen recording to work on Streamlabs, which I'm using to stream. And so I have to use OBS to create a virtual camera. I'm running effectively 2 streams at once. What's chewing on it? Okay, it's mostly stuff to be expected. OBS. Yeah. If it goes a massive problem, I'll try to readdress how I'm streaming, but I'll just live with it. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Universal camera data. It's Europe. Oh, it's lightweight render pipeline stuff. Oh wait, no, this is no, sorry, that's a stub. So this is URP. We got some migration stuff here. It is URP stuff. Does it look critical? It doesn't have any settings, so it looks like it's all based on default settings. So I can probably just re-add that. It's a problem. First, let's try converting it with it on there. Leave it on there. All right. Didn't seem to mind that. Did it keep it on the camera? It did. Excellent. So we got an XR rig now. We'll throw it up top here. We'll give it a good position. Maybe where this light's at, roughly. So we'll copy that position. Copy its world position. And we'll take our XR rig and bring it somewhere in view. Okay. Now, do we have capsules on this, guys? No, but he's more or less that height. Oh, man, that frame rate. That frame rate! Let's bring him down somewhere. Now, I haven't even checked if there's any colliders on anything. I really hope that is the case. Yeah, let's just let it float. Please have colliders. Please have colliders. Yes! Okay. Phew. They seem to have thought about colliders. They're pretty heavy-handed, though. Everything's a full-on mesh, concave mesh collider. That could cause performance issues, especially on the Quest, as well as... I guess we'll find out. So let's throw some hands on our character. Does that follow the camera? I can't remember how it works. Does it follow? It follows the camera offset, not the camera itself. Yes. Yes, it does. I'm second guessing myself, but... So we're going to want our, where do we put them? Class project, prefabs, left and right hand, which hopefully will still have glacial cave. Looks open, interesting. Maybe add mushrooms and glowing crystals. Okay. I'm going to check this out, get this cave up and running, and hopefully deploy it to the Quest. Okay, don't want sim hand for now. I will bring in locomotion. See how much that's broken. Pretty much all of it. That's great. Let me see if I can remember how this one works. Teleport team line. Oh my god. I should have made a package of this thing. I can remake this. It's something new in the world. So we'll have in the scene a reticule, which will be a simple, let's make a little sphere for that. Let me try to use my V movement here. That's not V, I'm typing something wrong. Going to try to use my vertex snapping. Call this the teleport. For anybody who's watching who's not part, oh, it's only 2 people left. Who knows? If anybody's watching in the future, a lot of these scripts have been ones that we developed throughout the 10-week course, which I'm basically lifting to make this easier. So you'll see me using a lot of scripts that we've done already. For instance, right now I'm looking at the teleportation script that we did. And for that, I need a reticule. So I'm going to make a material for that. I'll keep it in the family down here. So it'll just be the reticule. Choose a nice. So be probably URP unlit. Apply that first of all. Just give it. I could do some really funky stuff with vanilla shaders. I wouldn't mind bringing some shader stuff into this, depending how much we can fit into our lessons. I'd love to do like a bit of it's called vanilla. Vanilla takes the effect. I think it's a shader that when you're looking directly at it, it's very transparent, but as it gets nearer the edges and the normals move away from you, you can see it more. It's a bit like how water looks actually. If you look at water at an angle like an ocean, it's very opaque, but straight down it can become more transparent. At least if it's a crystal clear light. But for now, we'll keep this simple with a nice, just glowing translucent and stick the transparent material. I'll throw a bit of. I wouldn't mind throwing. I guess I can't put a bloom on this right now. We'll come back to these and revisit them for later. I do want to put. Is that a bit big? How big is that? Theoretically, that's a meter. It's hard. It's really hard to tell how big anything is. Let's just shrink this down. I'm going to assume it's the same size, so I'm going to make it 50 centimeters. I just ruined that by putting the cave inside the player. That would have been fun to run. So the reticule can be here. Make sure I lose anything like colliders. Don't need to collider on that. Simple renderer. Keeping up to date with messaging. So I have to sometimes jump back and forth and some work. Yes. Oh no. These descriptions are completely wrong. Excuse me. Who wrote these? We have a class launching next week, and the onboarding starts today, but the descriptions on the website are incorrect. Although it looks like somebody had to go with it. They're not bad. I'll have to write that over coming the next day or so. I can wait. Back to it. We're rebuilding this teleport, so it's going to need some kind of line renderer. Work strikes again. Right. I wanted a line renderer, so I got one. See our camera and see how ginormous that is. I'm going to turn off world space for a second so I can view this. This is going to act as the beam for the teleporter. So already it's too big. So that beam looks a bit better. I'm going to shrink these gizmos down because they're a little bit obnoxious. Notice that the hand materials aren't working by hiding out, so we'll do a second pass. Actually, I'm going to be a bit more, a little more surgical now. I'm going to do this specifically for these materials. Just don't want to jostle every single material if I can avoid it. So selecting materials, proceed. Excellent. Those came through perfectly. They were just using standards, so that should be fine. Now back to this beam. This is also going to need its own material. So we'll call that. Okay, it's like work's not going to get in the way for now. So this is going to be a bit different. This is going to have to be probably a particle shader. These guys don't quite behave the same way. You can use a regular shader. I tend to have more luck. I also like the particle shader because it allows me an HDR color, which would be really nice to have a kind of blooming beam. Now, I can't remember if, yeah, we'll probably be using the arc effect that we calculated. So I might do a little modification on that. In our lesson, in our locomotion lesson, we calculated an arc, so we get a nice arced teleportation beam. But there's a few things about it I was never super happy with, so I'm going to get a chance to address those doing this. I think I want to multiply. Let's apply that material before we get too excited. So down here, materials. I didn't give it a name, did I? Teleport beam material. Sorry, more work stuff. Should quiet down soon. Okay, let's get that big beam material in there. Didn't seem to do anything. Probably because this material isn't. Okay, there's a, I can't see. I didn't realize there was a URP particle as well. That's good. It always goes blue for that brief second. I think that's on Unity debug. So I'm gonna go with a multiply. Don't know. So this is quite new. Daryl, the large ambient cave looks. Yeah, I had a look at that briefly. It needs to be a lot bigger. And puddles and stuff. Yeah, that'd be great for the sound. So definitely want to do some interesting stuff. What I'd like to do is, I don't know if I want to use physics materials for it, but physics materials might be ideal. Have it so we apply physics materials to things like, well, we could use normal layers, but either way, however we label things, have things with different names, like this is a hard rock surface, this is wet. So when we walk, we raycast down. You basically intermittently, this sounds really good in stereo. You kind of come up with a walk cycle, even though we have no animation, we're just moving around, we're just teleporting. The teleporting could be an issue. I guess when you land, it's like a splish. If you land in water, it makes a sound. But if we, maybe if we, I don't know, we'll think of something. But having it so that you raycast directly down and you sample the material and say what kind of material was this, what layer was it on, what physics material did it have, and use that to look up a mapping of sounds, and also having more than one. So Daryl, if you're going to pull up sounds for things like walking on surfaces, you always want to have at least 2 or 3 at least of the same sound but different, so you don't get that machine gun fire effect of the same sound. You can randomize between them, and not just normal randomization. You never always want to prevent the previous sound being played if you can at all possible. Transparent alpha. Let's get something out of this. Probably because it hasn't got any alpha. That'll do. What color are we going for? That green again. Let's make it pure green. Give it a bit of that. It'll do for now. I am going to throw an HDR on it because I want this to pop. You won't be able to see this in this view, in scene view. Also, we don't have any actual post-processing. We can probably go back and add that now because that's something I want to see how, if it fails too. So we're adding a post-processing layer back to the main camera. So this is what we're going to be seeing. I'm hoping we can preview post-processing here in volume layer. So this is where you actually make sure that the volume that's set up for our scene, which should still be here, is being used. So I want everything. Do not use everything by default, as it will slow down. Okay. Oh yeah, because it does blending between scenes. If you have different, I forgot about that. If you have different volumes that kind of cross over your post-processing volumes, it will kind of blend between them. I have no idea how it works that out in certain cases. Not everything seems blendable, but we'll call this. I'll make a new layer specifically for that. What was it under? Cave? No, it was under lighting. Lighting post-processing volume. We'll give it. Seem to used to have a layer. We'll call this post-processing. and we'll just have our camera, we'll label that first, post-processing. And our camera will only look at post-processing. I guess we have a warning. Now, ideally, people want to see something here on the screen. So I am going to poke at this a bit because I want to see even something like a vignette. So it's really easy to see a vignette. Everything's always disabled by default when you add something to your post-processing volume. I'm not actually editing. This is not in the post-processing volume. This is actually just a convenience. I'm actually editing this. Now I gotta keep an eye on that because that's specific for this one scene. So whatever I'm changing, I know I need to either replicate elsewhere. But when you do add to this, they start out completely disabled. So you need to kind of switch a few things on. And everything starts at 0, so it's like it really doesn't do much. I'm hoping. Because it's always switched on, I can't get confused sometimes of like how much of it needs to be on before I see anything. And that should be enough to see a vignette, but I'm not seeing a vignette yet. So this camera doesn't seem to be rendering it. Could be more settings here. One thing I did want to look into as well, Daryl, really want to look into volumetric lighting, because the idea of, we don't really have a way of, if we have a pitch black scene, I'd like to, not pitch black scene, a scene where your hearing is the only important thing. Then, as opposed to making it pitch black and taking away all your lights, what might be nice to have it so it's just incredibly foggy or misty. It's so dense you can barely see it all. So if you throw down a glow stick, it'll glow, but you won't be able to see anything. So that's where a volumetric fog comes in. Now that's generally an HDRP thing, high definition window pipeline thing. I don't know if there's bound to be some URP assets out there that's something similar, and I don't mind dropping some money on some of those if I've not already bought them. I was going to buy 2 assets yesterday for another project. They were sitting in my shopping basket, and I was like, "Where's the buy button?" It just says open in Unity. It turns out I bought both of them, one in February, one like 2 years ago, and I completely forgot. Post processing volume, main camera. Okay, we'll come back to this. It may kick in when I actually hit play. It shouldn't, but that's the case. We'll see. Let's finish with our right hand. So there's our beam. It'll do for now. We can tweak this. So the beam, I'm just going to drag a beam component straight up into here. I'm going to switch world space back on so it actually positions it properly. I only turn that off so I can visualize it. Let's give this guy a range of like 20 meters maybe. Invalid teleport color, we'll make that red. In your face red, maybe 128 half alpha. And then valid, we'll make that pure green half alpha. Yeah, go ahead. It's going to be volumetric fog though, because there's different kinds of fog. There's what's the name of it? There is exponent fog or exponential fog. Sometimes it's called exponent fog. Just takes basically how far something is away. It takes its depth value in the depth map effectively, its Z value, and says, okay, well let's just add some fog color on top of that. So it only really works on surfaces. It doesn't work on the sky, for instance. The skybox is not a solid thing, so the skybox will not be affected by that kind of rendering. True volumetric rendering not only will affect the sky, it also because it's not just changing the color of a surface, it can interact with light. So you can have things like light shafts. Now light shafts and stuff like that, that's some pretty high-end stuff. So I'd be surprised. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd be curious to see if there's a URP version of that, how what the requirements on are and how performant it is. But everything, again, this is why this project's pretty cool. We're testing the limits here. We're experimenting. Lots to learn. Okay. Smooth them out. I can't remember what the can't remember what that is. 1.5. Arc height, let's say a meter. Number of points, 10. Fade image. Damn. So he's asking for a lot here. So fade image was needed a canvas, a world space canvas, right in front of your eyeballs. Didn't need too big. Right in front of, well, that's huge. That'll do. So this was a world space canvas sat right in front of, so we'll call this the fade canvas, and it had a raw image. Can't remember why we used a raw image. Probably it doesn't need a. Can't remember. There was a reason. I don't think it was essential. That's what we're doing. Raw image. Of course, the fade image, and that was simply just a black image that was right up in your grill. So I'll maximize it to there. Now we just basically need to slide this canvas forward in Z until we're covering the hands and that. Now I'll have to check the code for that in locomotion. I can't remember if we used a canvas group to fade that or if we just faded its alpha directly. And that's going to be our teleport here. Yeah, we change its color directly, so we shouldn't have to change anything on that, but we do need to wire up that raw image now. Fade image. That should be everything for this, except it's on the right hand. We'll leave locomotion just on the right hand for now. Line renderer. We don't have anything to grab or throw right now, so I'll leave the grabber out. And we'll start getting ready to test this. Time to wake up the Oculus. Time with, oh god, there goes the face mask thing. God, it's messy in there. Oh, I got a little USB vacuum cleaner. This hasn't popped off in a while, and it turns out, oh, gross. Leaking skin and dust and things. Maybe some food in there. It's just, no, it's just. I guess there's a piece of tobacco in my headset. That's great. This makes no difference, but it's nice to know when there's enough tobacco in my eyeballs now. Finally got a chance to sticker on my new headset. 10 points if you know the reference. That's pretty niche. Half of my face skin seems to be in here. Okay, so let's build this thing out with Link first of all. Let's see my locomotion's old dandy, and then I'm going to attempt. Now I'm scared to see how long it's going to take to target Android. I'm more scared to see what stops working, but it has to be done. So we'll give it a bit of a progress bar, but in the meantime, while the power bar is progressing, I can certainly do some design work. Okay, that's the Link enabled. I should make this raw image, I'm assuming start out not completely opaque. And the movement probably would be nice if that's disabled. We'll just disable it here. Fade image, see-through. There you go. I didn't move anything. What's going on? There's some temp file moving around there. I'm not quite sure what it's doing. Okay. Test number 1. Does it read any? Does it? Oh, did I disconnect? Yeah. God, I need to. I thought I had enough tape on this bloody headset. Apparently not. Oh, it's loading in Unity. Well, that looks. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, this looks great. I don't know if you're still there, Daryl. But, Okay, yeah, oh, all my buttons are my seed. I didn't seed my I didn't. Oh my Oculus headset's playing drum and bass too. Let's turn that off. Yeah, I didn't seed my inputs. That's why that's not working. But the scene looks great. I feel a bit tall. I'm way too high off the ground. But those light shafts seem to be actually scripted or animated or something because they kicked in as soon as I was there. Devices, quests. Which quest? One of them. I don't know. I've got 3 kicking around. I don't want to hear that. Thanks. So let's fix these seed input bindings. That should give me all my inputs. Then there's the cookies. That should fix that, which may actually fix my teleporting. I should make myself a bit shorter. I'm gonna check my locomotion. This hits in update. Should immediately hide the reticule. Yes. Come on, Unity. I believe. Well, I've already entered play mode. I don't want to waste that. Oh god. Well, at least the performance hit of recording should simulate. Snap turning works. Frame rate a tiny bit choppy, but it's not supposed to choppy. It's flickering. But that's usually a frame rate issue too. Also, I can see. I just realized I can see. You guys see that? Yeah. The gizmos are showing. I didn't realize the gizmos would also show. There we go. That's funny where I was seeing alright, looks decent. Fix locomotion. Lower myself to ground a little bit higher, a little bit lower there. Where am I? Yeah, I'm way up there. That should be better. Let's get this guy to be over here. Yeah, those little motes of dust look really nice. Motes of dust have a long history in games and how absolutely essential they are. Without motes of dust, it's actually very difficult to feel motion in the same way. Motes of dust give you this point of reference. They're not just there for show. They give you a stronger sense of, even on a 2D screen, a much stronger sense of moving through a space because it gives you these lots of points of reference. So that's why you see them everywhere, especially in space games. Like, find one space game that doesn't have little bits of way too much stuff floating around in space that shouldn't be there. Because especially an arcade space game, you wouldn't be able to play it. You'd just be no point of reference whatsoever. And shooters are the same way. My teleport didn't seem to work. Now teleportation, it's checking for the prime button. I'm just doing a raycast. I would hit teleport range, primary button. Oh, I forgot it's one of the buttons, isn't it? Forgot which. I just jammed a few buttons. I must have missed it. Right. Some teleportation. Explore this place a little bit. It's really jumping. I think the link cables. That's just a link cable thing with this CPU being gobbled up by the recording. Is it? No, it's still thinking. Wow. Here we go. It's got to suffer through this lag. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, there you go. Well, that looks fantastic. It's colliding perfectly. Nothing on. Oh, you have to pull trigger on release. That's right. Fading. It's incredibly choppy. I'm gonna have to figure out some frame rate issues, and it's probably gonna involve me rejigging the streaming. In the meantime, let's have a look around. This could be a rare case where it's faster when I deploy it to the Quest. Okay, so this is a fairly small map. Those right shafts are a little bit intense for me. Here, so still getting used to the extreme low poly. It is extremely low poly. I mean, like, there is not a texture in sight here. Like, those are our leaves, those squares. And then top of our waterfalls. Interesting. Huge cubes there for our spray effect. But it's nice. With a bit of ambient sound, that'll be absolutely spot on. And there's something really cool, I think, about low poly. It's like a juxtaposition between extreme low poly environments, but then layering on pretty high fidelity post effects. It's like when you see like a Minecraft game, but with like absolute like maxed out post effects. It looks like so cool because it's simple but real. It's like something. It feels like a juxtaposition and it's contrast. I absolutely love it. So I think we might be able to pull off something like that here too, quite easily, hopefully. I need to figure out something for this frame rate though. This is difficult to say the least. I think it's just my roundabout way of streaming is going on. It's just sister drop. This is not even being useful. It's just killing me here. Let's see if I can turn this into some kind of. Problem I have is OBS is the one that's showing the screen because I cannot get Streamlabs to grab my screen, so I have two bits of software doing it at once. Although it seems to be mostly Streamlabs, so maybe I can tell Streamlabs to calm itself a bit. Maybe I can put it in performance mode. It has a performance mode, I think. I can find it. Performance mode. Faster mode. Leave me alone mode. I don't need to see my screen. I'm staring at my screen. I don't need it. So I'm staring at my little screen here. Process priority. Leave that. Stream delay. Nope. Where did I see this performance mode at? Oh, here it is, performance mode. Alright, I'll leave that on for a bit, see if it doesn't seem to make a difference. Oculus, surprisingly, is chewing on my CPU too, but that's not really surprising. It was made by Facebook. They make websites. What are they doing? But this is an unfortunate step I have to take, and that is I need to change targets to Android. This could take a while, but it's essential that I deploy this thing to the Quest very early on in this project to find out, like, is this thing more than 64 gigabytes? That's not going to be a problem, but do we have, once this is finished, it's long-winded. Okay, see you in a bit, Daryl. Large amp room, check. I'll do that. Once this is finished, what was I going to do next? I was in the middle of saying it. Okay, while this is doing it, I have a cigarette. Yes, I'm a smoker, so these long progress bars are a good opportunity for me to kill myself slowly. I'll be right back. almost the time. That's the audio, it's taking a while to convert. Don't know why Oculus Home is giving me grief. Also, Oculus Home, it's got the Unreal icon for some reason. Is that Oculus Home? Is that actually... I'm gonna try killing that. Oh yeah, looks like Oculus Home was made in Unreal. Who knew? I don't really need Oculus Home. Save me some CPU. Except it's back again. Oh well. What do we got here? So get scene up and running with VR, yes. XR rig, yes. Bringing the scripts, yes. Oh, we're getting there. Luckily, we only have to do this once. Should have done it, probably done this last night when I created the project. No matter, it's done. Okay, nothing drastically broken. I'll test it once with link. Oh, the main purpose of this, I think, is I'm going to take my teleport reticule and I'm going to add a point light to it. That caused some problems. Interesting. Oh, there we go. So I want the point light to throw some shadows. I don't want my reticule to cast shadows. Oh, I set range to 0. That was dumb. So we should be able to see, hopefully. So yeah, here it's showing shadow casting. This would be a nice way of testing point light shadow casting. So give that a shot here and with the link first of all. Yeah, there we go. Fingers crossed. Okay, in link, oh, those shadows look good. In link, they seem fine. Now it's going to be, the test is going to be whether they work on a deploy. So this deploy will take a little while as well, because the first one always does. So I'm going to deploy this directly to my Quest. You guys will be able to see it. All right, it's not seeing my Oculus. Strange. That's strange. Let me disconnect and reconnect. I do really need this to show up on a device. Right. I've had this problem before. I'm gonna try restarting Unity. My computer normally runs about twice the speed, so I'll just have to think twice as fast to make up for it. There we go. Fingers crossed that. We just set up as a development device. Okay, what's going on? Settings, developer. Oh. USB connection dialog got reset. That's interesting. That's interesting. Call for another unplug. Try one more time. Unplug. Ah, yes, allow. Allow connection. Don't know why that got reset. Hopefully that'll bring it to the list. You bastard. What would be causing that? Quick Google. Try restarting the quest. Yeah, that's valid. They seem to fix a lot of things too. When in doubt, restart Unity, and then restart the quest. It's always Unity's fault. I think this thing restarts faster than Unity does. Guardian. Anybody else with the quest out there? I have no idea what Guardian is lost. You take it off your head for 2 seconds. Come on. It's right here. That's frustrating. I mean, I could build it and sideload it, but I really don't want to have to go through that process. Yeah, developer mode was active. Maybe there looks weird. I'll try putting link back on. You need link. So she'd see it as an Android device. Definitely should need link on. Okay, what is up? Alright, debug time. Throw a real quick project. I don't want to make a new one because it'll take a while. What have I got that I can very quickly test? It's already targeting VR. AR Foundation course, that one was targeting Android devices at least. I don't want to put off this test too long because last thing I want to discover is it doesn't A, run it all on the Quest, or B, there's URP issues, or well, ideally I want to see if those point light shadows work. That's going to be critical for the stuff we want to do. Maybe it's all filthy drum and bass. Maybe that's scaring you away. Okay, this one's already Android. Let's see if it has any better luck. Can always try some different USB ports. It sometimes helps. Okay, what is going on? Allow files. It's seeing link. So is this housekeeping tasks at the start that get you, and once it's working, it's working. So this definitely should have spotted it. I'm gonna try killing off Oculus. So it's somehow hogging it. I don't want to restart my computer. Something I don't want to do. Probably won't help. And all right, I'm just gonna go with. I'm not gonna test this right now. I'm gonna go with hoping that the shadows will work. Well, hoping URP in general will work on the device. And I'll test this later on when I'm in my own time. It looks fine in Link. So fingers crossed everything's good when it's deployed. So next on the list is to so I want to start developing some stuff. So I think changing scenes here to the large cave, because it seems that according to Daryl, it's got some cool little rooms to work with. So I'm gonna grab everything I need from this scene. It's gonna be my XR rig and my reticule. I'm actually gonna bundle those together. They don't need to be separated. I'll just copy that whole thing over to this large ambient cave. Let's find somewhere nice to plop down my camera. Big old room here, very dark. I'm not sure which room Daryl was talking about. with glowing mushrooms. More glowing mushrooms. Where's like the main, let me get that door area. Where is this main cavern? This looks pretty huge. This looks like a good area. It's dark. This would be perfect for testing some lighting effects. So let me start out somewhere that's not dark. Let's try. Good start location. This'll do. So I'm gonna plop in my XR stuff. So use a trick here. I'm gonna right click. It's not gonna work. This is gonna have a main camera array, so I'll use a trick here. I'll take the main camera, put it at about eye height, where I want to be, because it seems so massive, and then I'll make the XR rig way up here. Oh, come on. I'll make a child the main camera, zero its position, unchild it, and then delete the main camera. That'll bring it to exactly where the main camera's at. If I get up to the top of the screen, there we go. Main camera, zero its position, unparent it, lose the main camera. Now we would XR rig, let's bring it down to kind of ground height. Hard to tell. I'm going to do myself a solid and make a capsule collider on this. I'm not going to use it for anything except for seeing how big. So I usually go with a 0.5 and a 2 meter height, 1 meter offset. Gives you a general idea where your feet should be, roughly. And I'll turn off the collider itself so it doesn't do anything. Gives me a feel for the size of where I am. Okay, let's test this in link quickly. Now we'll start playing with light. Which means I'm gonna make a glow stick of some kind. Let's make a little cylinder for now. I don't know how so you can throw it around. Oh wow. You know, you just can't get a feeling of scale until you really get a headset on. Oh, that looks so cool with the light there. I hope it translates to an Android build. That looks fantastic. Those sunbeams, I know they're completely fake, they're just animated. They seem to glitch out there too, but they're just animated planes, but they look good. Okay. Let's get a glow stick. Start playing with some mechanics. Now, everything in here is really busy, so I'm going to select everything in the scene, just so I can navigate better. Like everything here, I'm going to create a new empty parent for the whole lot. I'm going to call it environment. So I can simplify this a bit. Okay. Do you actually want to see if I can get some of those post-processing effects working? Now this will be different now because I need to tag the lighting post-processing volume here. It needs to be tagged as post-processing. Really hoping to get something happening here. It's global, it's got full weight. I guess hopefully I should get some bloom off of I put some HDR colors on the teleport beam, so that should glow if it's working. It's not. So why are these not showing? Main camera. Post processing is disabled. That's not great, but is it the same? It's pretty hard to keep testing this. It's annoying. Iteration times are a bit poor with all this CPU chewing happening. Post processing effect still not working. Trigger volume. And that volume, I'm going to bring that out. So undo that. It's out. You're not a child anymore. Don't make me do it this way. Wiggle the mouse. Scroll faster. Let's pop it up top. Global, set to global is weight, priority, profile. Let's put something super glowy in the scene right in front of the player. Sphere. Vertex snap. Big old 1 meter sphere. Give it a material. Let's give one of our own materials. Call this glow. And it will be a lit white with emission orange or yellow. Look at my favorite color. Just ramp that. That should have a big bloom on it. Post processing doesn't seem to be having any effect. So is this camera a little different than usual? Start messing with settings. That's what I usually do. Post processing didn't seem to have anything. Shadows, a texture color mask, minor type squad. Stack. Now, is it a thing with URP post processing layer? Yeah, not doing anything. For fog. Okay, that's it. I'm not seeing any effect on this whatsoever. So I'm wondering, is this causing problems? Post process volume. It's ambient, so it doesn't matter where it is. Okay. Unity, URP, post process, layer, no effect. Terrible search. Didn't spell Unity right. This is the boring part. Start of a project, so you just want to get every little thing working, and then you can start developing. Volume scripts to the objects. Yeah. Well, I say put the volume on the camera. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Shouldn't make any difference at all. Height is at a 1. I'm wondering if it's setting in the actual. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Is it part of the this stack? Where's he found this list? This could be in project settings. Player. Player graphics. European high quality, so let's have a look at this guy. Here we go, that looks a bit like what he's looking at, so let's see post-processing. Quality depth textures. Lighting. Yep. Shadows, yep. Post-processing. Well, technically I need HDR. Ooh. I don't like to look at that. Works best. Okay, let's just assume that's fine then. HDR, it's kind of how Bloom works, so I don't. Luckily, I know this works. So it's just finding what setting is different in this project or the ERP settings. Post-processing volumes work. No glow. I think we can trust this game view to be accurate. We'll leave that as it was. How old is this? 2020 again. Old version. Europe. You can only use the European process. Is that a different kind of processing? Effects. Right. Oh, 3D object processing volume. Yeah, I don't see that. Let's try making a new. Oh, my favorite, just a simple vignette. Can't miss it. Cannot miss it. Try removing this one. It's global. Come on, camera. Play with me. Where that one used to be processing. No. Let's change this up and put a yard in there. Well, that title's my problem, except for I'm not using an XR interaction toolkit. That shouldn't matter. Rendering, post-processing, done that. Which version is this? 2020 again, there's a lot of different settings. URP is like a teenager at this point. It doesn't want to do anything you ask it to. Rendering, post-processing, on. Thanks. Great. That should have done the trick. Check any effects here. Well, that seems to at least turn on anti-aliasing, so that's a start. Leave anti-aliasing on. Forward renderer. So with this forward render settings here, is this got anything? Add render feature. We get this to do anything? Yeah, that's an experimental feature. Let's not mess with that. Don't think there's gonna be anything in here. Don't think there's anything in here either. So then it's the forward renderer. Post processing is enabled for both of those. Which one are we using? Is that set? That's probably set in the graphics settings. Okay, it's using high quality. Always include shaders. And if I have to add the post processing, I can't imagine I have to add post processing shaders to that. That would be crazy. Quality. High. Right. Could it be Android settings? There we go. Still that. Yep. Yep. That effect. Right. Must set in your post-processing ERP rendering pipeline, which is this one. Oh, what's this post-process data? Oh, that's about. Main camera ready post-process. Tedious. Gotcha. Nausea, I'm aware of that. This is not helping me. She wasn't. Sections do we have here? No. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because this is the same kind of issue as getting this thing to build on my bloody quest. I'd rather make some progress on the development, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to create a glow stick. It's, I'll leave that glow sphere. Just here. Okay, suddenly that's working. So, right, let's make 3D object. Nice simple cylinder. Roughly, it's 1 meter, 1 meter. Let's try. Let's bring it over here to my feet. This is going to be in relation to players. So it's going to be like 20, 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Let's give it taller. It's a bit too big. Let's try 05, 05, and 2. Okay, that could be a glow stick for now. Glow stick. Now this is going to need me to bring in all the code we did for our project. So let's get coding. Glow stick's going to need a capsule collider. It's going to also need a throwable object. The code for that. Oh, Visual Studio. Oh, right there. That means my right hand's going to need a grabber script on it. It's going to need things like a trigger. I'll do this to both left and right hands. I'll add a sphere collider. Make it small, 0.5, 0.1, 10 centimeters. And we'll bring it forward just a bit. Or just a bit. So it's on the palm of the hand. There. So that's going to be what I touch. That's going to be a trigger. Now both of these will need the grabber script. And that'll need some input names. So I'll use my side grip triggers. So for the right hand, this will be right grip button. And the trigger spell for triggering stuff, maybe a flashlight eventually. Now the same thing on left hand. Oops, that did not save right. When you did that, I just did not copy that button. Okay. They have the grabbers now, they have the colliders. Now the hands need to have rigid bodies as well. So they can use physics. So kinematic, no gravity. Your hands are full, roll around on the floor. Should be enough. Now, let's get this glow stick. We'll make it a prefab. You can fold it for that, prefabs. Glow stick. And it will need its own material. We'll just use the glow material for now. Kind of a yellow glow stick. Now, change this to use my writer. Visual Studio. Right, now throwable objects need to have a throw multiplier, that should be fine. 150 times. Number of velocity samples 10, that's good. Don't want it to be highlightable, so it'll mess with its color when you touch it. So this is probably going to fall and just like roll down the hill, isn't it? Probably. Yeah, this is kind of not a flat area. Let's move it. I'll do my usual trick. I'll make a little table for myself. Make a child. This for now. Unparent it. Call this table. I have a bad back and I don't want to break it. Make a table around that height. Just so our glow stick doesn't fall. Roll away. It'll probably still roll away, so I'll give it a bit of a chance not to roll away. There we go. Table. Fits right in. Totally fits into the scene. Okay. see how much of that code came up from the project. This is why I smash my computer screen or knock over a drink or something. Right. Okay, did I forget to add a rigid body to that? I did also. I've lost all my... I misspelled something, didn't I? I misspelled the right trigger button. XRI, right trigger. Oh no, did I replace it here? Whoops. Damn, I pasted the wrong thing. I didn't copy. Which one was the trigger? Shit. Okay, it should be the same as the left. Left trigger button, joystick 14, left grip button is 4, so these ones are 1 higher. So the grip, yeah, the second one's the trigger. Let me correct my damage here. Oh, it says trigger right here. Oops. Oh my god, that lag. Is it done? You okay? Okay, now rigid body on the glow stick. Gonna need that. Be thrown. Gravity and everything else, go right ahead. I realized I didn't change the prefab there. That worked. Get a bit closer to it. Try to smash my screen. Okay. Trigger. What's... Oh no, I'm missing my animation control with my hands. Oh my god. How much other stuff did I miss? Please tell me that came out. Oh my god. Alright, let's transplant that quick from here. Not VR hands, but third party VR hands. That would have ended up in probably free fight. See textures again, let's just do a search for and the animation controller I'm after. There it is. And it's under interactions. Okay. Animation controller, so we'll see the whole folder. Any scripts? No, I see that one. Live and class project. That's pretty much where it should be. Import left and right hand did auto detect, so that will give me the grip, but that's not explaining why my right and left hand have big old triggers on them. So let's check my Growler script. Trigger enter. Let's throw a little logging in there. Ooh, some code, exciting. So this will be whatever this hand is, touched, whatever the other thing is. So let's get that far, and that could be to do with these being interactive objects and this throwable object. It should be. Ah, no. Throwable object should be interactive object. Right. base class here lets us do all the cool stuff. Touch and drop triggers, all that kind of thing. Let's see if we get some logging at least. Music stop. Shots if he gets vlogging up. Really touch. Oh yeah, there's no light on this glow stick. That's it there. Don't like how I have to teleport toward this. Okay, so it's touching plane. Let's clear that log. Touched cliff. It's nothing to do, not touching. Where's he getting these cliffs and stuff? So it's not touching the glow stick. No overrides. Got a capsule collider. Got throwable objects. Got a rigid body. I'm gonna have to open a reference project in the background here, so it's not wasting time. Actually pull up the course project. I haven't opened in a while. Copyright. Interesting. Okay. That wasn't a course, it was just hidden. Grab our script. That's working, it's just not touching the other thing. So let me get my sure I got my triggers the right way around. Find out in a second. Let's stick. So those overrides. In the meantime, we give this thing a lovely glow. Now, just a simple point light should be enough. Could use an area light. But I'm not sure how well those are gonna play along with shadows. I mean, point lights is hard enough. Let's start with a point light. Let's give it the same color, roughly the same color as the glow stick. Sure. I want it to have, wow, we'll play with the ranges after. As long as it's got shadows on. Just apply that. Now let's check off. It's still opening. Throwable object. It's not highlightable. But that's okay, that shouldn't affect anything. That's just returning on touch start, touch end. Well, the problem is it's not listing it in Grabber. It's not actually touching it, so. But it is listing other stuff like Cliff 1. It's Cliff 1 just, I got a massive glider. We know we're near Cliff 1, are we? We are nowhere near Cliff 1. How did it manage to touch Cliff 1? Is Cliff 1 near 0 by any chance? No. So its mesh doesn't extrude out this far, so it's not. It only happened once. It's like the camera was in the wrong spot for a second. Well, I suppose the right hand does have this. No, that's not good yet. Where is it not? Why is it not showing me the collider on it? That's interesting. Oh my god! I wonder if no. Oh my god! The collider is somewhere crazy. That's why. Whoops. I think it's because when it got zeroed, and because the right hand technically has this line renderer, which is at 0, 0, 0, wherever. It's why when I focus on the right hand, it gives me this ridiculous thing because I'm in center mode. If I focus on the pivot, we're good. So when I added that collider, it's like, yeah, I'm way off in the distance. I don't want that. I want it to just be at 0 and a little bit forward. So does that line up now with the? It does. That totally would have prevented me not only touching this, but also explain why I'm touching the cliff face, which is miles away. So hopefully that will work, and I don't need to look at my reference project. Oh no, there was no one here to see my revelation. It's for future ages. Now, by now I have just one of these glow sticks. Yeah. That's more like it. Shadows are working here, but again, we're not built for unit. So this, just try to smash anything up. Over there. Ah. Okay, that's not great. Two reasons for that. That surface there probably does have a collider. I think I hit this. It has got a mesh collider. Probably should make those convex to be cheaper, but I think the problem was it was moving far too quickly and went through it in one frame. So I need to change my collision detection to be continuous, not discrete. So it went clean on through. It's a pretty small, slim object. So one frame was in front of it, the other frame was behind it. Never got detected. Clean through. Get rid of this logging now. And that throw multiplier is probably a little bit much. This was designed for a game when you have to throw food at targets, so the multiplier is probably a little intense. Let's try making that 15. Apply that. Let's correct this table. Maybe go stick a child with that table a little bit closer so I don't have to be extra lazy. Right. What am I checking? I'm checking for collisions. And the throw speed not being mental. It's a bit better. Yeah, I can reach that. Oh, I can barely reach that. Oh dear. Okay, that's a problem. That's going to be because yeah, I think I know how to fix that. The mesh has to be a child. Okay, I'll fix that. Okay. Well, I need to fix that now. And also, my throwing is now too slow. Let's crank it up to 100. Now this glow stick, when I rotate it, that's not going to help. I kind of actually need a glow stick mesh. To the asset store. I'm not much of a 3D modeler, so glow stick. Otherwise, I'll have to make a sphere for now until we have something that's a bit better. Big spender. Those are kind of nice though. I like the different colors. For the price of a beer, I'll take it. always check your shopping basket. Okay, look. Actually, I should do something with the screen. Well, it's a bit late now, but. Oh wow, Unity's charging tax now. They must have got slapped on the wrist by somebody charging GST or Canadian tax. Yeah, let's have it. Glow stick. We need to think of some kind of inventory for these glow sticks. Like, where do you get them from? If you want to have some kind of inventory system that's like stuck to your body, so you have kind of like holsters. Quite a few games have done that, and it seems to work out pretty well. You do them on the sides of your body, or you can do them on your wrists, like Alex did. Glow. They call safety something, wasn't it? Spell safety. Can't spell anything. Open in Unity. Come on, there it is. Safety glow stick back. Download. Probably not going to use URP. Hopefully should be easy to fix. I'm going to have to make a new material anyway. Bring him in. Let there be light. Now, I do want to really bump down the ambient light in this room. I'm not sure how it's being lit right now. It's probably using ambient light, because I imagine directional light's not going to make it. There is a directional light because there's holes in the ceiling and light's coming through. But it's not pitch black, so there's going to be something ambient going on. We want to crank that down if we're going to make a pitch black cave. It means buttoning these holes up. Might have to do it. Alright, glow stick, where you at? Are you going to start with a finite amount of glow sticks? We talked about this actually briefly in our design session yesterday. What would be kind of cool is if you ever do have a pitch black space, is have it so you have like 2 glow sticks, and you've only got 2 glow sticks. You have to throw one forward, and then grab the one that you have next to you, and you kind of have to like kind of leapfrog with the glow sticks. So I think we'll probably have a finite supply of the guys. Safety glow stick pack, third party. Prefab. Start with yellow. Put it on the table. That's a big glow stick. Is it going to be too thin? I guess we can make the collider bigger. Okay, so let's sort these materials again. Hopefully that's a simple material. There we go. That wasn't too hard. Now hopefully, yes, we can use emission, and we'll just take the emission map and crank it. So let's get rid of our, we'll take our throwable object script, we'll take that over to there. I'm going to make a new glow stick prefab just for us. Original prefab. Copying this stuff over. We want the rigid body on there. Okay, he doesn't want to let me do that. Put that manually. Rigid body. Continuous close detection. What else is there? That's it. So we can lose this old glow stick and its prefab, and we'll use this new one. Throwable object, not highlightable, 100 throwing, 10 samples of velocity. Collider, we probably want to get a bit. I can't see it, first of all. just... Where is that collider? I didn't have it selected, that's why. Yeah, let's get a bit more generous with the collider. I do want it to kind of want it to roll though. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it as is. It's not super bright. Is that all coming from the material? That's kind of cool. Is it just the material? Oh, it has got a point line inside. Never mind. Right, so it's got a massive range, but not very intense. I do want to bump that intensity just a touch. Shadow types, definitely want shadows. Soft shadows, thank you very much. It gives us our lovely shadow effect, which will hopefully work when we build this thing. Still want it to roll away, so let's do this. I'm going to make my table a little bit smaller. Just a little bit. I see I'm still getting close to anything this. It's not really it's a pedestal now. Spelled wrong. Pillar. Get out of rock or something eventually. Do a rock. Until we get a real thing for this. Just whatever. Some rock. Like a little stick that should drop the table. It should behave the same way. I'll make a couple of them in there. Just testing. Can't wait to get bloom to work though. That looks sick. This should not suffer from the rotation scaling issues that I had before. Oh, but they do. Did I? What did I do? Oh, no. Let's take that back. After all that, they are scaling those. No, they weren't. That's why I rotated it when it was a child. That was dumb. That was my problem. I need to rotate it when it's not a child. There we go. Now let's make this table a little tinier again. 0.3. Or my pillar, whatever we're gonna call it. Yeah, table. Glow stick. It's gonna only be able to hold one now. I would put a couple on here. Try that. Continuous collision detection. Then I want to start to address the darkness that's... Oh, come on. I made that small so I don't have to walk to it. Let's bring all these guys closer. Lazy mode. And then check if throwing works, and it doesn't collide through that. And they're very thin, but they work. Okay. That didn't work. Did I break my... Did I break? Oh, ha! Got some errors. Yeah, there's no renderers attached. Okay, I'm gonna have to modify some scripts. So why would it be getting it to here? Okay, we're caching it there. So we're basically, let's make this a little bit more flexible. If I'll try to get the renderer here, because some of our objects have the renderer straight on them, and that's dandy. But some of them don't. Some of them have in the children. So if we can't find the renderer on the object itself, then we'll just have a quick look in children. component and children. Yeah, renderer. That should give us a renderer. What was the other error? Null reference on dropped. Widget body. And the widget body is beginning grabbable object, and that's also expected to be. Now the rigid body is next to throwable object, so that should have worked here. There's no way that. Oh, it would have been null because it had an exception at this point, so it never managed to get to this point. So that's both errors explained. No errors. There we go. Throwing works fine. The glow is pretty good. I think when it's just pitch black, which I'll deal with in a second. I could probably increase the friction on those things so they don't roll around so much. Yeah, I could do that today. Actually, what I can do, classic cheat in this case, is to just don't use a capsule collider. Use a box collider, so it's not round. Yeah, and then I'll edit that. This will also make it a little bit easier to pick up. Yeah, these look way too thin, these glow sticks, so I don't know if I scale them. Oh, there it is. Whoop. This gizmos are really getting in the way here. Length's fine. Whoop. Should stop it rolling. No one's the wiser. Now with new anti-roll technology. Let's just copy some of these values. 0 that, 0 that. No, I'm not a huge fan of this. The whole scale of the thing. It's too thin. I want it to be a bit chunkier. So I'm going to do that. Let's try 0.4 and 4. Yeah. Apply that. There we go. That looks better. Now let's change this one to be green. Assuming that just means changing all these materials to the other map. So this, and this should be green material. Now we change the color of the light to be a nice green. Okay, now they'll be fighting each other for light, but that's all right. Make another. This I'm going to make. Actually, let me do it again. I'm going to make another. I'm going to make another one. Call it green. Make it a variant. I'll make things easier. So make a variant. And all that's going to change is materials to green and the light to a pure green. Now I seem to have totally messed something up. These are on top of each other? Yeah, that's why. Right, now we got two Got green, which is a variant, and yellow is this basic one. And we can make a couple more. So make another one for red. They have a red. And that'll be red. There's a red one. Good. And the point light will be red. Red. All three on the table. Here we go. Red first. Very nice. Doesn't roll now. Very good. Green. Good. Yellow. That feels pretty good. Maybe the throwing's a bit much. Right, let's darken this whole scene down. And then I'm going to think about some inventory systems. Focusing on light. So we got here. Test with the throwable glow stick. Check. To-do list. Let's get rid of this giant glowing sphere. And the reticule starts out hidden anyway. Now, the reticule is going to be a problem because that's going to glow regardless, which means in a pitch black room. Oh, that's some cool mechanic. We could have it so you can only teleport to your glow sticks. Like a snap teleport. That'd be kind of cool. I'll note that down. Put an idea section down here. Yes. Only allow teleports to glow sticks. Now if you drop a glow stick down like a chasm or something, and getting it back could be a bit tricky. Let's use the bathroom. Now, where's the light coming in this scene? Where is it coming from? I suspect it's coming from the skybox. It is. So I have an idea. I'm going to grab my old friend, my solar system, or was it Milky Way? The Milky Way skybox, which might just look great outside, just seeing it, cast of stars and stuff through those holes. It'll be nighttime, so it'll be minimal light coming through. Skybox. Milky Way. Should see the light change. Yeah, a lot darker right away. That's good. And we can see stars through there. That looks pretty. Or that is best on my screen. You can never tell. Oh, there's stars. Now that fog. This is what I hate about exponent fog. It just lights things up like that, which looks terrible. So we do want a mist, but I think realistically we're going to want to get a volumetric fog. It would be fantastic if people run on URP and run on the Quest, is having volumetric light coming off these glow sticks, which would look amazing, especially with some post effects. So let's just first kill this fog, because that's concerning. It needs a fog. That's a linear fog, that's even worse. Why would turning fog off? Oh, now it doesn't. That's a bit of a glitch. Okay, so we have no fog now. So we do have a directional light. So if I were to kill the directional light, I'm going to bring that out so we can see it. Let's bring this out into the world. There are a lot of point lights in these scenes, and I'm kind of curious where they are. The whole scene's going to need lighting, is going to need rethinking, but that's kind of the whole point. So let's head back over to our glow sticks. So if we kill our directional light, now we'll truly be screwed. So it keeps doing that. I'm going to let it sit for a minute. It's calculating stuff. Yes, it is. Now, we're really in the dark. Now, these point lights, there's just seem quite a few of them. Anything that's not in a prefab, let's bring those out. Let's give a new parent. Bring them out. Because we're going to run, I think we're going to want to be able to, so this is going to be the environment lights. We don't always want it to be completely pitch black. Like, I'm putting directional light now too. Like, we do want to be able to have kind of some lighting like this, but we also want to turn all of them off now. Now we're really, other than some stars you can see up there, which will give you a little bit of some kind of reference, we might need that so you don't get really confused. But now, let's see how it feels. Now I'm going to start working on a way of managing some kind of inventory system for these glow sticks, because this whole cheesy pillar thing is not doing it for me. Good for testing, terrible for everything else. Oh, I have students. Ah, okay. So with those motes of dust, those sunbeams look completely ridiculous now, because it's nighttime out, but that's okay. Lose them. The motes of dust, they seem to be particle effects that are just in certain areas. So they do look nice, but I think we've got to replace them with some of our own. Now, how do we look at this? See, that's cool. Let's really block this place out. This is gonna work quite nicely. Now I do really want to throw some amazing lighting and stuff on it. So let's look at those motes of dust. It's gonna be a particle system, so let's particle system type filter. Oh, they're even calling them motes. And the sun shafts too, okay. We'll give them a new parent called particle systems. Bring them out so I can get them more easily. And again, just turn them off for now. They don't make sense. Now we're dealing with pure pitch black. Do want to modify the intensity of this light, but they're a little bit flimsy now. Gonna try a little bit brighter. Maybe this might be counterintuitive, but a shorter range. A really short range light, because it gives you a lot more control over upping the brightness. But I don't want to have this hard edge. So, do I have any kind of control over my... I don't have any control over my fall off. It's kind of shitty. I don't really want it to be like a... That's kind of rubbish. I'd want them to be... Ideally, I want them to have I don't know, more like inverse square fall off. Let's just try it like, it was like what before, 10? And that didn't let me up. The smaller it is, the more I can up its intensity. 3 looks stupid. 2 looks stupid. Try 3. 4. This is gonna be pitch black now, so I need some light. It's good to go. And then I really want to do some coding, so I'm gonna start thinking about an inventory system. Right. Okay, red one, sure. Absolutely pitch black. I do like, you know, seeing the stars, or it gives you something. Wait, I can see something off reflecting way over there. Oh no. Is it floating? No, I don't know what it's doing. Let's have a look at that. What are you doing, red light? Is it just interesting? Is it underwater? So it's possible to tell. Can I turn off the lighting on here? Totally unlit. There is no unlit mode. There used to be. Let's just try albedo. Did it fall to the floor or something? Where's the rest of the universe? Is it sitting on the water? Where's this water? I mean, oh, this is the water, so... Oh, the water's got a mesh collider, so it's sitting on the water. Alright. Hey, Daryl. Making some progress. Unfortunately, first of all, this cave looks amazing. I swapped a lot of lighting was coming from the skybox, and I didn't want to totally ruin that, so I swapped the skybox for the skybox we use in the solar system. So you do have some stars. We could probably improve on that, but it gives you some point of reference. And these glow sticks, I actually went and spent $5 and got some nice glow sticks. They got square colliders so they don't roll all over the place. Now, I was thinking, tell me what you think about this. There's still a bit of light coming from over there. I don't know what's causing that, but we can probably get rid of that. It's maybe some skybox light, so I can just kill the skybox light. Yeah, this thing's totally just sitting on there. Because the water is actually just cut a mesh glider on it. So, it's ice, I guess. But, I was thinking, in terms of teleportation, because right now, the way I've got it set up is, this is obviously a huge light. That's a bit cheaty. So, what do you think of using snap teleportation, but it only lets you teleport to your glow sticks? So your glow sticks effectively become your leapfrogging. So you teleport to one, you have to pick up the one you're at, because you need that, not only for light, but it's going to be your next place you can teleport to. And you have to kind of like throw it and hope for the best. That's my thought. Now, super simple lighting right now. I tried getting the post effects to work for quite a little while there and could not get that working. I can give it another bash now, but so that lighting, environment lighting, is definitely coming from the skybox. So see if I can actually see that. It's so hard to see it in the. I can't see it in the scene view. Where's that plane? I mean, it's pretty dark. Yeah, it's worth an experiment. It's easy enough to add. Well, I need to code. So this is the water, I think. Yeah, this has got the water texture. So where is this? Where are we? What are those? Oh, those are the mushrooms. Okay, that water. Yeah, this is us. Is that us? No, where the hell are we? Oh, we're over there. So this is the water in our scene. I'm going to name it first cavern. water, so I'll keep getting confused. I can't see the lighting. I'm seeing in the scene view. I cannot see that lighting. Easy enough to test, so I can just. I know I'm gonna unplug that. Keep running over my Oculus cable in my chair. I can definitely still see it over there, even with these super bright lights. I can't see it. I can only see it in VR though. It's super subtle, but I can just turn off skybox lighting. No. Let's turn that down. No. Something is causing a little bit of light. It's just enough to give me my bearings a little bit. I can just see the water. It's not like so much that I have no idea where I'm, like I can. That's a really good idea, Daryl. Yeah. And it's one of those ideas that would totally distract me. Like, you know what? I'm gonna add a little drop-down menu, custom editor drop-down thing that shows all the waypoints, and you jump to them immediately in the scene view. If it was a real project, I'd code that up in about half an hour, but I'm not going to do that for this. So if you guys want to see me make a custom editor to jump around the scene view, I can do that if you want. I think it's just you here, Daryl. But for now, I can certainly make a waypoint here called starting waypoint. Yeah, it looks. It's hard to say. It's only in the headset. Oops, not this picture. It's only in the headset I'm seeing it. I did pull a bunch of stuff out, so there was a lot of point lights already in the scene, so you could see that's a directional light, but there was also a bunch of point lights. Like even if I get rid of the directional light, there's several point lights at key spots. So I grouped all of the lights in the scene into this environmental lights, and I just nuked that. On the particle systems, you can't really see here. Those sun shafts are particle systems. And so are those motes, the motes of dust. So I just took them out too, because they didn't make any sense. Some sun shafts didn't make any sense at nighttime. And the motes of dust seem to just be clustered in certain areas, so they didn't also make much sense. We might replace those with our own version if we need them. So, yeah, there's our starting waypoint. I might add that little jumping around script to my own time. So I'm thinking an inventory system of sorts. Like tell me a thing. The two obvious ones are, well, they all tend to use like a holster system. So you can have like your hip holsters, you can hold one item each, so you can pick up something you can pick up. So something that's an interactive object can be placed and let go in there, and it snaps to your. No, that's fine. Do you want me to push what I've got? That's probably for the best. So this is imported all the irrelevant class scripts and assets. Got XR up and running in, which is just the ambient cave. The large ambient cave. And then throwable glow sticks. Removed lighting. Basically, sure. I'll push that so you can pull that down. But we will diverge. So what changes are you planning on making? Because they'll be divergent from mine. Okay, I'm gonna get started with the inventory system because that won't actually affect. If you want to mess around with the scene, you can go right ahead. Because it's not going to affect an inventory system. If you fancy a challenge, seeing if you can get post effects working would be fantastic. It just straight up doesn't seem to be enabling them. Like blooms or anything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that you've got the two thing options are like hip holsters, or you can do what Alex did and have like kind of on your hands thing. But I think we don't really want people staring at our hands. They're pretty low detailed already. I think the hip holsters, you can just glance down and say, oh, there it is. And you reach and you take it out. So I'm going to have to do some thinking and design there, which I'll do in a separate scene just because frame rate and all that. Okay, well, the scenes will be yours. I won't touch any of this scene stuff right now. Still pushing this bunch of stuff. Yeah, post effects. Keywords are URP, post effects. It's now targeting Android, but I didn't see them before. So I'm not super sure it's related to that. You might want to throw VR in there just because it's probably a lot of people who are running this problem are using URP for VR. So I do know it. I've seen it working. I'm pretty sure. So it's not like it's not possible. So that's push now. You can pull. And I'll get started on inventory system in a brand new scene, which means I'm going to grab my table, a couple glow sticks, my XR rig, and I'll make a new scene. My favorite checkerboard emptiness. Scenes, and this will be inventory test bed. If you like, yeah. You might as well, yeah, just copy the scene. I mean, I'm not gonna be touching that for a bit anyway, and honestly, I was just messing around with glow sticks and remove the lighting. So at this point, I don't have anything pressing to add to the change in that scene, so I'll work on my own little bubble here. Oops. Main camera, get out of here. Table, stay. But I will keep yammering on because content. Let me know if you run into anything you want to talk through. Hey, programming, excite. Just realize these guys are way off in the middle of nowhere. Bring everything back to not the middle of nowhere. There you go. XR rig. Global. It's got a rotation on for some reason. I'll get rid of that. Let's bring him back just a step. Hello, viewers. Welcome. I hope you learned something. Materials. So what I'm about to do is create a holster-based inventory system for this project. Once I set up my little test bed here, it's going to be, I've not made one of these before, so this is going to be completely me just off the cuff programming. Hopefully it'll be interesting. Make a big old ground. Lovely. These glow sticks are going to get a bit garish, so I'm going to make something a bit simpler than the glow sticks. I will make a pick-upable cube, or yeah, the cube. We'll call this a red cube. 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Put it on the table. Did I mistype one of those? Oh, it's a child of the table, which means it's weird. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, there we go. Got you, Daryl. Materials. It's kind of weird describing what I'm doing to an empty room, but I suspect somebody might watch a recording of this, who knows. Alright, so there's our red cube. Box collider, rigid body. I will just make this a grabbable object. No highlights. Start with something simple like that. Now, talking to myself, okay. Two ways I can approach this, and I think I want to, just for the sake of everybody who, just for teaching some new stuff, I'm going to use an interface for this, I think. Double check I'm set to writer. Okay. So, scripts folder. Going to have well, I'll start with this being some kind of thing. We'll call it cube inventory item. Sure. Let's be a cube for now. Oh, sorry, I just saw your message, mate. Yeah, it's just pull origin. Before you do that though, you'll probably see some shit like a bunch of stuff. You might see a bunch of stuff in your changes about shader logs. If you see a bunch of shader, anything to logs, just select all those, right click and discard them, because those always get in the way when you're trying to pull changes. So any shader log stuff, just ditch that, or any log stuff in general, just ditch, because it'll make the pull a lot cleaner. Okay, cube, you are now going to be a inventory item. My natural habitat. Grabbable object. And it's going to have an interface called inventory. I'm not sure this is going to be the best way of doing it, but I'm going to roll with it. I might change the name of this to an inventory item to, I don't know, test cube. So I know it, I'm never going to use it again. Now that's going to have an interface called that, which doesn't need to do anything right now. So I'm going to put that in its own file. It's just to identify it as something that's an inventory item. It might have some stuff in there later. Maybe it's stackable, so you can have multiple things put in the inventory. It stacks up, could do that. But now it's just going to be something that when you hover over, so now we need these holsters. So we're going to need a new class here. Being super lazy, I'm not even open Unity for this. We'll call this a holster. And it's going to be now just a mono behavior. And I'll put that in its own file too. Now holster, it's going to have an on trigger enter for sure. And an exit, I'm sure. On trigger exit. Now, if the object that, right, first of all, yeah, if the holster is full, it's already full, then bail. We don't want to do anything. If it's not full, if the item being hovered over the holster is an inventory item, then I want to kind of show a preview of it in the holster. Or I could just light up the holster. Or I could do both. I think just lighting up the holster should be. If the holsters are kind of like translucent spheres that are only visible when you pick something up. So I'll probably put a hook on grabbable. Well, if they're out of your way and they're just near the ground, maybe when you look down they fade in or something. I'll make them just permanently visible for now. It's preventing you from pulling. Interesting. The 3 shaders that you can't discard. Make sure Unity's closed when you discard those, before you discard those things. Because it will keep recreating them. Okay. Let me know if that doesn't work for you, mate. Alright. If the item you covered over the holster is an inventory item, then change the holster color. Holster color to valid. Otherwise, change it to invalid. And when it's also store the hovering the potential inventory item. Now, if it exits, just want to probably want the same bail here. If it's full, just bail. I don't want to be messing with colors if it's so now. Change, yeah, basically just change the holster color to normal. Should do it. Shouldn't matter whether the thing was a valid item or not. Yeah, holster color to normal. That should do. Now we're gonna have some controls in here. So if the now do we want to do just no, I'm not going to assume that the controls are grip controls. I'm instead going to add a little bit more. I don't want to overcomplicate this for the lesson if we're doing a ton of Hey Max. I'm knee deep in making a VR inventory holster system for VR inventory. I'm about to start on it, so there we go. I might have a cigarette first. Nah. I'll get something working first and then I'll have a cigarette as a prize. So what I want to do here is I don't want to check if the players let go of the grip thing, the grip control. That's not really this holster's business. What instead I want to do is, I think, over here, I want to hook into the inventory. Yeah, I think this is going to work. Inventory items drop event. Now we definitely at this point now want to say when we're getting out of the inventory. So if the object should be object, not item. If the object is an inventory. This is, by the way, how I code a big system, pretty much entirely in comments. And then comments are cheap. It's way easier to rewrite comments in code. Object is an inventory item. Unregister, unhook the inventory items drop event. So inside of this is being a bit convoluted. I don't think so. I don't think this is being convoluted. This is it's much less convoluted than literally waiting for them to let go of control, because that means the control for gripping is now bound to the holster. But that's none of the holster's business. The holster just cares about when it's dropped. It doesn't care what button was pressed or released before it's being dropped. So let's code this guy. So what's it mean to mean is it full? I'm gonna make a bunch of properties here. It's just another reason to teach this in lesson tomorrow. Is full will be our property. So it's gonna be a get only property. We'll move it up here, and it's just gonna say, hey, check it out. Do we have I guess what's in the object in slot? Held object. If that's not null, then it's not full, buddy. So we'll make this guy a field. He will be, this is where we bring in our I inventory item interface. So if it's full, we're just gonna bail. Straight up return. Right, now if we've got this far, if the object being hovered is an inventory item, that means we'll just grab inventory item. And that'll be the other.gameObject.getComponent. Now this is going to freak out because inventory item is not a mono behavior. Damn. That's why other scripts like test cube. It's a grabbable object, inventory item. Alright, I do want to use this interface though, so I do want to be able to do interfaces. So does Unity have a way of doing this? I know a way to do it, can do it, but it's well confusing. I don't want to do it that way. So I'm going to Unity mono behavior get component with interface. Somebody may have done that. Gotcha. He's trying to do the same thing as me. Right. Wait. It won't work with interfaces. It will only return classes of type component. I'm extending it. Yeah, okay, fine. Oh, get component actually does work with interfaces, just not get components. Interesting. Why is that? Considering whether the underlying functionality of get component blah 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 blah. Really? God, this guy doesn't seem. This guy doesn't sound like he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, just you wait until we get some post effects and some clothes and volumetric lighting and all that stuff in there. If we can get that working, it's gonna look sexy. I also need to make sure these glow sticks don't just calm their lighting down when they're in your pocket. Alright. I wanted to get fancy. I wanted to use inventory items. It's not going to work out. So I'll instead make an actual thing called an inventory item. And it's going to be, I guess, a grabbable object. Just to keep things simple. And now I can do inventory item. I was getting too fancy for myself there. So if it is an inventory item, the thing that you're hovering it over, then what we got to do? We're going to change the color of the holster to valid. We can do that. So that's going to be a material, which will grab it. Start material dot color equals the valid holster valid item color. It's a beautiful mix of American and British spellings of color everywhere. So that's going to be a field. It's going to be a material. The holster is definitely going to have a renderer. We haven't even made an object for this yet. Maybe we need to shake the fade over time. Oh, for the glow sticks? Definitely. Oh, we can even make it so you have to crack them. Grab them both hands and go. We could try that. But that suggests that we don't we have glow sticks that don't. If we have like an unlimited supply of glow sticks, or a limited supply, but lots of them, then you can pull them out of your inventory and like crack them, and then shake them, and then huck them, and then maybe they last like a minute or two, or a few minutes. I know they last hours, but in the game maybe they don't last as long. Maybe they fade away faster the further you get away from them. So like, they last a while when you're hanging around, kind of just carefully exploring. But as you leave, they fade away faster until they die. A lot of stuff we could do there. But if we get some of the sounds, some Foley sounds for like the sounds that those things make. Just buy some ice pops and see if we can make them sound like that. Right, material is going to be coming from the renderer dot material, and then we'll set it to this Valum item color, which will be a serializable field, so we can see it in the inspector. And we'll have another one for invalid, and then we're going to have a private color called normal color. Yeah, so good having someone with audio experience and access on the team. It's not something usually I have the privilege of. Store that normal color. Right, now we want to set this as a potential. So we'll have potential inventory item. It's kind of a dumb name, but equals the inventory item. Store that in the field. And finally, this is where it gets fancy. We want to say, yo, this goes all the way down to our interactive object. So our potential inventory item dot, this is where I'm going to use action events we haven't covered. So this would be something fun to teach in class. I mean, Access is most of the way there. I've got a copy of Audacity. I'm sure I can, make something happen. We'll be fine. So this is what's going to get fancy. On drop. Doesn't exist yet, but I'm going to add. I've got to think of it. This is not just me developing a project. It's like, what am I going to be teaching you guys in lesson? And there's a few things I would love to teach you that this is going to be an ideal way to learn. So when this is dropped, we'll take dropped object, and we'll use a lambda expression. We don't even need to have that, actually, thinking about it, because we're already in scope. So on drop is going to be an action. It's actually going to live way down into interactive objects. We could probably add the other ones too. Makes sense to do that. But we only need on drop right now. So I'm going to be a little bit more pragmatic about this. Back over to my... Yeah, this doesn't need to exist anymore. Safe delete. Goodbye. So now when this is dropped, we want to make sure it's dropped. Well, actually no, because we remove the hook. So if it's dropped, and we unhook it here, so it will be still in the inventory. So at that point, we want to add the objects to the inventory. I'll make that a method. Add to inventory, because this might be, we might have things like stacking, perhaps. For now, it's just gonna replace, it's gonna fill that spot, but we eventually might have stackable objects, like multiple glow sticks or whatever, pebbles or something, so we're making sounds. So that's gonna be the potential, and now that means I don't even need. Oh, actually, I do need this. That's not true. I don't. This really simplifies things. I don't need a potential inventory object at all. Because I just don't. It's all, I don't need to remember it because I don't need to change it here because I'm unhooking. So that will be the inventory item. Create that method but not use it yet. Of course, yeah, sure, inventory item. Leave that down here to the bottom. Let's do the other guys. So otherwise, else. Change the color to invalid. Not a problem. Color is invalid color. And that should be everything. Okay. Next, also if is full, bail. If the object is an inventory item, I've done this before, then we want to unhook. This is where we get clever. Ooh. Actually, it's not as simple as using a lambda. That's okay. Lambda was kind of pushing our luck a little bit there. Yeah, I was pushing our luck a little bit. And that will take... oh, that'll definitely need to take... So this on drop's going to have to take an interactive object. There's a thing that you pass through, and now this is going to have to take an interactive object. Sure. Basically, I couldn't get any post effects to work, so let me show you on my screen quickly. I know this is going to be delayed for you. If I hop back over to the other scene, scene. Oh, in the wrong section. There we go, scenes. Oh yeah. Large ambient cave. So what I did is my starting area, a good way I tested it, I made this glow sphere, which is just a sphere with this material on it, which basically has emission switched on and a bunch of glow. So how you set up post effects is you need a, if you look at the camera, now if you copy the scene, you already have this, is you need what's this volume trigger? Okay, don't worry about that. I added a post-processing layer. This has to be on the camera itself. This is to do with actual rendering of the post-processing. It needs to have the volume layer itself. So generally you would have your layers have an actual game object layer on them. So what I did is I added to the scene, where is it? Where did I add it to? Where did I put it? Hold on. Type post process volume. Oh, I did. Sorry, it's a child of the camera. So I got this post process volume. So this guy is the volume. Generally, the reason it's a volume is that you can technically walk from one to the other. It'll change all your post effects. So if you walk into like, you know, a room and suddenly you want to have it all black and white and sketchy because it's like a horror game or something, you can do that. This is set to global, so this should be a complete global effect. It doesn't, you're always in it. This is where you would add your different effects. I start usually for testing, I start with a vignette because it's incredibly simple to see, although now the screen is incredibly dark. The vignette's probably a terrible idea. So I would add, say, a bloom. Now when you add any effects to this, they start off as off. You have to actually switch things on, so that give it some intensity. That's usually enough. Just want to see this on, basically. So now This should be glowing. We should have a big old bloom on that right now. So post-process volume should be working. Now there's a few settings I found. The main camera has a post-processing tick box. This is different. This is new in I guess URP or 2021 or something like that, but that's enabled now. It is doing the anti-aliasing I set up, so that's something. But the volume itself, that's the thing with the settings on it. Sorry, the effects on it. What was I looking for here? There is one more thing. Go into project settings. There's a few more settings in here, like graphics. There's the scriptable pipeline itself. It's set to URP high quality right now, which is this dude down here. This has some more settings, some post-processing stuff in there. There's a lot of settings basically floating around. I'm hoping it's not something to do with the shaders. It's not including the post-processing shader. I should think not. That seems pretty broken if that's the case. I don't think there's anything else in here that could be it. Maybe quality settings perhaps. Basically everybody was pointing in different directions. So I guess just a bit of Googling is in order. There's also this forward renderer thing too, which is another thing that has to have post-processing enabled. This is referred to by, I can't remember what, here. That thing I just looked at in the quality settings points to this URP high quality. This points to a rendering list, which points to forward renderer, which also has to have post-processing enabled. And it is. And it has this post-process data, which is empty. I don't know what that's all about. So that's all I know currently. I'll have a look at it again later, but if you want to carry on from there, Godspeed. I'm going to go back to my inventory. I can find it. Yeah, it's at that point I was just Googling. If you can find an example project of it already working, that would be beneficial. I haven't used PostFX throughout the course yet, so I don't have anything to fall back on right now. Alright, so this thing's going to have a dot on drop this time when we unregister with a little minus equals the add to inventory. So I couldn't use a lambda because it has to be the same thing. And then we change it back to normal. Not a problem. Normal color. Finally, add to inventory. What's this going to do? Nothing right now. It's going to log. It's going to say adding, I'll call this inventory item. Adding inventory item dot name to inventory. Now we need to go to grabber, and this guy actually has to fire off. On drop. No, it should be in these guys. So these guys are virtual, and we're not calling them in base right now, so I'm gonna have to change that. That sucks. Because on dropped, I'm gonna say, yo, on drop. Execute it. No, it's gonna run it with this object. So anything, let anything interested know the object was dropped. So now anything that comes from on dropped, which I think hopefully is just going to be grabbable, has to call base now. I got lazy before. I should never get lazy. I always do it to myself. Even if it's an empty the base, you should always call it because you might come back later. And I'm going to do that for everything because I'm potentially, oh fuck. It takes a hand. Doesn't do anything with it. I'll do it for everything. On touch start. Because I might be adding more of these events. And then there's just, well, these guys, which are used elsewhere. So that should be enough for now. Looking at a volumetric fog asset. What was the name of that asset? Because I was reading about a few different ones. 1.2 gigs is not the end of the world, because it's probably going to be mostly samples, which we can strip out. It's not going to be 1.2 gigabyte of shaders and code. Alright, so I coded the entire thing, and now let's put it on the person. So I guess we're going to need a little holster sphere on the camera offset. So it's going to turn with the body. I'll see how it looks. So make a little sphere. What am I thinking? I'm thinking like 20 centimeters. And we'll give it its own material. Holster. It's just going to be a transparent thing. It's going to make this a universal lit. Actually, this will be unlit. Universal unlit. Transparent. Multiply. Holster. Let's apply the thing. Doop. Alpha. Additive. I want it to be, I don't know, what's the holster? I think it's another blue. Yeah, we like blue. Let's not use additive. Multiply? No. Pre-multiply? Yes. But the same as additive. Pre-multiply alpha. My shader knowledge is a little bit embarrassing. I definitely want to make a Fresnel, make a nice Fresnel effect for these. I'll make a shader for that later. Maybe we can cover that in one of the lessons too. Totally worth it. So this will be left holster. And it will be a prefab. So it's called holster. That holster's got some code on it. Holster. Valid item. So we'll make it, what's it normally right now? It's just kind of blue. We'll kind of roll with this muted color. It's going to roll with this, we'll grab this hexadecimal. Go with the valid being kind of more green. Yeah. And then invalid. We'll just swing it all the way around to being like kind of a orange. I'm just gonna need some alpha. Where's my alpha on my original? 72. We'll stick with it. Alright, see you in a minute, mate. Oops. Oh god, what have I done? I'm gonna have a secret in a second too. Once I get something working here. Sphere collider is trigger, right? I did make this thing a trigger. I did, so it's a trigger. Shouldn't need anything more than that. Now we'll just place it somewhere on the body. So XR rigs kinda can't really see where about halfway down from that. What's the camera offset's this? So use a little trick. I'm gonna copy and paste that value. Take the left holster minus that value divided by 2. So you can actually put equations into there. And I'm just shimming it over by 25 centimeters. And we'll have the right holster. Should get it over by 0.5 meter. Guess we'll see how those look. And that cube now needs to be. Oh, do I have a compiler? Nope. Did I get rid of test cube? I did. I renamed it. Oh no, the file name's wrong. Test cube's called inventory item now, buddy. Normally writer sorts that for me. See you, Max. What did I copy and paste? Why did I copy and paste? Oh, it's fine now. I don't want highlightable. I just want it so it can be grabbed. Now I'm interested to see. I'm sure I got the order wrong here. Grabbable object shouldn't be calling it here and then doing it. It should really happen at the end. No, that's grabber. It should probably happen at the end because do this at the end. Note, we do this at the end so the object is free to be parented and stuff again. So we want that to happen first because we'll probably just redo the same thing in a second, but at least it'll be parented to something else. Right, I'm going to test this quickly. I'm going to grab myself a cigarette and see if this works. So right now, I'm expecting the holster to hopefully give me that if I let go, and it should change its materials. I should put another object down that's not valid. We'll test that in a minute. Hello? Okay. Can't see my holsters. Is that possibly because I'm moving with my head? Oh no, what happened to them? Did they have rigid bodies on that? What happened? I think I messed up this whole Y position thing. Yeah. I got a bit stupid here. Because it's going to be moving. If I'm going to do that, it's going to be part of the camera. Yeah, I can't do that because the camera's offset by that amount. That was not right. I should just kind of roll with it at 0 and see how it looks. Yeah, they're on the floor, so I need to raise them up by, I don't know, half my height. Again, I'm using this offset amount like it means something. I'm only roughly go up by that by divided by 2. So we're going up 68 centimeters. It's like what, half a normal person or something? I don't know in centimeters. I have no idea what I am in centimeters. Oh, I do actually. I'm 185 something. Well, that feels okay. Oh, cool. So it detects the hand as a totally invalid object. So what about this guy? Yeah, it likes that. And it said adding cube to inventory. That calls for a cigarette. So the inventory system is 1/3 done. I want to say. Thanks. You're that guy. Yeah, Daryl. For now, I think Bloom is the one we're after the most. Right, inventory. I'm gonna make it so my inventory item. I really want this to be an inventory item. So I'm gonna have to cast. No, that's gross. Oh, let's cast it in here. So this will be the interactive object. And then I'll cast that to a inventory item. I'll just cast it. That's safe. We already know it's inventory item at this point. Interactive. Whoops. So now we can safely say, hey, yo, inventory item. You've been on put into inventory. And that's going to do scaling property. It's a method I want, thanks. Oops, it's a method. So that's going to, first I want to, on awake, I want to remember the initial scale equals transform.local scale. Hold on to that, and then when we put inventory, what we'll do is add a transform, well, set the items in inventory scale. Transform.local scale will be the in inventory. I can't spell after a cigarette. Inventory scale. Can't type after a cigarette. That will be serializable so we can see it. And it's also going to, I guess, put into inventory is also going to take the, well, the holster. The holster. So we'll basically parent, this is going to be exactly the same as grabbable object effectively. It's going to take the holster transform and turn off, parent this object to the holster. Snapshot from HS. Curious. I guess we'll have that take up while we're here. We'll have on take from inventory. We won't need a holster in this case. We'll set the items original scale to be the initial scale. Then we'll do the same things we do with grabbable object. We'll unparent it, turn on its physics. And this has to happen first before we call grab. That's okay, we can do that. So it's same as normal. Unparent it, turn its physics back on. Call that in a minute. So let's start testing. So what are we going to do? It's going to take the holster. It needs to know what holster it's being put into. Ooh. You got it working, Daryl. What did you do different? Glow sphere profile. You made a profile just for the glow sphere? That doesn't really matter. What did your camera look like? You want to send me a screenshot of that? There's probably something really simple on this, isn't it? Good job. Good job, mate. Right, let's test on. Let's test add this add to inventory. So when it's dropped, it'll go into the inventory. And now we'll set some stuff like its scale. So I'll have it so it's maybe half the size, just so we can see it work. So our red cube, when it's scaled, oh, actually, this is going to be the initial scale times the initial scale times the inventory scale, and that can just be a float. That way it will mess up if it's something that's been elongated. Like, for instance, a glow stick. Thanks, Daryl. Okay. Time to test. Think so. And then we'll start dealing with taking things out of the inventory. And that's going to be a whole different beast. But we'll check this first. Oh, and when we put it into the inventory, we definitely just say that the held object is now the inventory item. So, keeping up with the comments, let the glow sticks as well, let me know. Cool, thanks, Daryl. Good work. Let the inventory item know it's being placed in a holster, and store the held item. Right. Test her out. Probably want to have reset its rotation as well. It might look a bit funky. All right. There we go. Okay, that didn't work. A few things didn't work. First of all, it needs to ignore the hand completely. Want to trigger. I just want to ignore the hand. Ignore the hand. So if the other dot, yeah, if the other game object has a grabber on it, just want to ignore that because we just don't care about that. And I'm going to do the same here. Now, why did it go flying somewhere else? Did I set... I parented it, but I didn't set its position to anything. So I probably have to set the transform of the object, the local position to be 0. Now I'm also going to take the liberty of rotation set to identity. So remove any rotation. center the item and reset its rotation. It's getting parented, but then God knows where it's going. Definitely want to put some nice shaders on these holsters so they don't use annoying. Seems to be set like a, when you're dealing with high fidelity graphics, the second you have amazing volumetric lighting and fog and all your blooms and stuff you haven't paid much attention to, like shaders on holsters really stand out as half finished. You have to give everything kind of a full amount of attention, or it really ruins the experience. So I was going to check that it completely ignores the hand now. It's good like that. So that's really setting it. So, oh, that's an old reference, that's why. I've lost my music. I cannot continue. What was that error? Well, reference on drop. Oh, of course, on drop might not actually have a value, so I'm using my Elvis operator to check if it's got a null value. If it doesn't have a null value, then invoke it. The question is, it should have had a value because I didn't add to it, so that doesn't seem right to me. Maybe I have to give it a new value. I don't often use these plus equals and minus equals on actions, so I might have to actually give it a value. Okay, so no error that time, but where did it go? It's there. Scale was turned to 0. That's not helpful. Oh, it's because I changed the inventory scale to a float and didn't give it a value. That would do it. It's interesting I got that far whilst also having that on drop error. It's curious. Okay, that looks good. And I can pick it up. Okay, I know what's going on there. So it still has the hook. So when I've a few things I need to do here. I'm going to leave it green when it's occupied. That color seems fine. Is there anything common between the glow sphere and the glow sticks? It seems like the bloom is affecting the glow sticks as well, even though the components are not on them. Which components do you add? Yeah, I can see what you did to the sphere, because the glow should only, anything that has an emission on the material, any HDR colored emission, which the glow sticks have. HDR is basically a color with some intensity, effectively. So anything with HDR with some intensity on its HDR color will show up. If your bloom is working, anything with an emission will glow. So I'm not sure what you added to the sphere, but it may not be necessary, whatever is on the sphere. Okay, so now this is going to have to be a completely different. Well, actually, not really. There's two ways I could go about this. I could have it so that holster handles the whole taking things out of the holster, or I could be a bit smarter about this and say, you know what? Just store the holster. Store the holster, and I can do it all in here. I mean, doesn't really matter either way. Store the holster. font, does it matter? This would be simpler. I think this will be simpler, so I'm going to roll with this for now. Store the holster. Holster. Well, yeah, current holster. Goes holster. And then when we let go of this thing, we need to make sure reset current holster. So current holster is null. Now this is not being called anywhere. So now we can take our grabbable object, and this can now we can override. If we override on grabbed, then we do definitely want to do the base stuff. But we also want to check if the object, if the object was in a holster. So if the current holster is nothing, then we want to reset the. We're gonna. We need to let the holster know. So we need to reset, let the holster know the object has been removed. So the holster, current holster dot on item removed from inventory. And that'll be this guy. And then we also want to restore the original scale of the object. So transforms local scale will be our initial scale. And this guy he's basically just going to say, like reset the held object. I should probably do a check here, say, was it the object you were holding? Make sure this should never happen, but that's usually when it happens. Make sure the removed object was actually in the inventory. I'll stop using the word inventory when I'm clearly calling them at holsters. So if held object does not equal the inventory item, then we got a problem. Let's blow up. Throw a new exception. This should never happen, so try to remove an object. Remove the object inventory item name from the holster from this holster's name when it was never in the holster in the first place. That shouldn't happen, but doesn't mean you shouldn't have a good error. So what else needs to, reset the held object. So held object now equals nothing. And that should be all that matters from the holster side. That might be enough. Let's give it a go. And then I'll pull the inventory system 2/3 done. So you test it. So we don't test the edge cases. Boop. Okay. There it is. You remove it, should get big again. Didn't get big again. It's also doing a few other things I need to prevent, like unhook the, what do they call this? Unhook the items drop event. So the inventory item dot on drop, we take away the add inventory. Now that won't get triggered again. The problem was it was calling it again because I wasn't removing the event. When I let go, after I picked it up, I let go, it triggered it again and then added it back to the inventory. Removing that should prevent that happening, but the scale isn't being restored. So this, interesting, code's unreachable. Oh, we got a return right here. Whoops. Whoops indeed. Okay, well it's okay that that happens first, I think. We're not doing anything weird here. We are not doing anything weird here, so that's completely fine. It happened first. I know I went outside for a cigarette and my Bluetooth headphones cut out and you guys got to experience some filthy drum and bass, which is now probably copyrighted this video. Oh well. I think it was mute that part. Nope. Alright, cool. I like it. It got smaller. It worked though. I just did something really dumb. Okay. Restore the initial scale. The local scale. Now that doesn't make much sense. When in doubt, throw some debugging at it. Let's debug that guy. Debugging is so jarring when you're in VR because it freezes Unity and you're like, oh, everything just locks up. You have to kind of know it's coming. You're looking around all over the place and suddenly your screen just stops. It's gonna be... I have a very weak stomach, okay? And there we go. Debug hit. Current local scale is tiny, and this is 0.1. I see. What did I do here? This was initially times 0.5. That explains why I went down to... Why did it end up with 0.25? Oh. Initial scale is 0.1 times 0.5 should be 0.05. Alright, looks like I'm missing something here too. Somehow it's ending up being 0.25. I think this is because, oh man. If I run this first, the local scale is going to be changed because of the parenting part. Well, this always returns true. We never had a case where this didn't return true, but I'm going to be safe and say, you know, var result. Var result. You know what I'll do is to say, should always return true, but for some reason, if you can't pick something up, so if that failed for some reason, then we should just bail. I should use an if statement. That'd be ideal. And then if it ever got down there, it should be true. Now it's happening first. I want to see if run those through. I think Unity's, after it's parenting again, it's messing with the scales when you parent things. It always does that, so I have to be careful the order I do things in. Scale down is working fine. It's my debug. Initial scale is 0.1, so this should drop to 0.05. That's correct. I'll let it run again. And then pull it back. Local scale is 0.05 and it should go back up to 1. So let's let that run. Yes. Hey, it worked. Kill this debugging. And let's put some more stuff in the scene to test it's working like we think. So let's have another cube. Let's make my little table a little bigger here. Call this the green cube. It will have its own material called green. All green, no red. There you go. These guys a little bit. Should help us test. There we go. So if I put the green one down there. Look, it fell off. It fell off the right one. I should put it in. Yeah, see when I move my head back, I want my inventory to come with me, my holsters to come with me. They are moving with my body, but not my head. So they're going to be a bit of a special case. I just thought of somebody else who might want to watch this thing. Oh, thanks for that video, Dale. I'll check it out in a second. Cheers, mate. Right, back at her. So, a couple things. Inventory. Actually, you can collide with the thing in your inventory. Okay, I want the inventory to follow you around, first of all. I can't attach it to the camera. But it needs to do more than just follow the XR rate. It needs to follow the X and Z coordinates of the main camera. So I'm going to make a little... Now, do I want to... I think that could be specific to the whole, so I don't need to make a new script just for that. But I am just for the sake of reusability. We might have other stuff on the body that we want to do the same thing with. So I'll have it so follow... I guess VR camera. It's a bit specific, but... Yeah, Daryl. Awesome. Yes, volumetric fog. There may be... I know volumetric fog is a part of the HDRP, which obviously we can't use, because it'll set fire to our requests. But I think there might be some URP stuff out there too. If it's a paid asset, don't worry about it. I wanted to buy one anyway. I'm in the market for it. So if it's a paid asset and $50 or less or something, then I'm more than happy. But free's better. When in doubt, just slap GitHub in the in front of any search term. Someone's probably done an open source version. Hey, Andrew, I thought I'd throw you an invite because I don't know. You like this kind of stuff? I'm guessing. Basically, I'm making an inventory system, a holster inventory system for our VR project, for our final project. And I'm just testing with cubes right now. It's coming along nicely. Daryl's working on the side on some sweet lighting effects. One of our scenes is set in a pitch black kind of cave system, and it's all going to be about light and really high fidelity graphics. Hopefully, we're trying to see how far we can push light. It's an exploration of light in VR. So some cool stuff. Hopefully cool stuff. Dale's kicking ass right now, getting stuff to things like post effects to work in I failed admittedly earlier. My brief attempt. Although I didn't look at the tutorial, so I should have done. Right. These guys are gonna have both of these holsters are gonna follow the VR camera, so this is gonna be a little special. It's going to what's this gonna do? It's going to calculate its initial offset. So it's going to have a target. So calculate the initial offset. Now I gotta be careful here because if the head moves, if the head's moved when the game starts, the offset's gonna be all messed up. So how am I gonna deal with that? I can manually define the offset. That might be better, to be honest. Yeah. I'm going to say rename this to follow target with offset. Yeah, let's make a nice reusable script here. So every update, it's basically going to take, super simple, it's going to take the position of this thing, set it to whatever the target we're following is, except I may want to mask out certain axes. So we'll get our var follow target, follow position. Oh, you tried volumetric lights already. Did you try the HDRP or did you use an asset? It's going to be our target dot position. That's going to be a transform. It's definitely going to be a serializable field. And then we're going to have a couple more like things like Boolean, say, I'll have one for each. Follow x-axis, and then one for each axis. Its default is all to true. And now here, once we've got the position, target start position, we're going to just we're going to ignore any axes we're not interested in. So it's going to if follow x-axis, well, if not follow x-axis, we'll take the follow position and we'll just take its x position to be this object's x position, and basically do the same thing for the other axes. So we're ignoring certain axes if we want to. In this case, we want to ignore, and then we'll take that position to be the follow position. Yeah, that should work, I think. Yeah, I'm really concerned about the building. Right now, I have another problem. I can't build on my Quest. For some reason, it's not showing up as a run device on my build settings. I don't know what's going on there. But I can't build it, so I'm concerned about how much of this is not going to work. Like things like point shadows. on point shadows on shadows on point lights in on Android in URP. I don't know. I just don't know if it's gonna work. So hopefully, that's a pretty critical feature. So I imagine they've implemented that. Right, follow the target. Sure, whatever. It's enough time spent in this tiny script. So now on the holsters, they should follow the camera, but not the Y position of the camera. So these two holsters, they're going to follow the main camera. Is the main camera the one with... It is. The pose driver's on there. So holsters will follow the main camera, but only the X and Z axis. Now let's see if my hunch is right. Is this going to work? Oh yeah. If you have any better luck, I didn't want to waste too much time, like lesson prep time on figuring out why my bloody headset's not building to, so I didn't really get a chance. All right, that's perfect, except for I forgot the offset part that I was talking about the whole time. Even has it in the name, so what's that offset going to be? It's going to be a vector 3 offset, and then we take that position, we do the offset after. That'll allow me to move it also similar to the left and right sides. Now I can automatically figure that out, but I really can't be bothered. I don't think it needs to be that fancy. Shadows and point lighting works well, thank God. Thanks, Andrew. That's what I was worried about. So these offsets are going to be the same as their current ones, so minus 25 centimeters for the left holster, and the right holster is going to be plus 25 centimeters. Yeah. You'll have to change the target. It should. If you pull from me, it should have already been on Android. Unless for some reason it didn't take the project settings. If it didn't, then yeah, you'll have to retarget, which will... Yeah, build settings. It should have, when you pull the changes, it should have brought in the fact that you're targeting Android. If it didn't, I guess it didn't take those changes. Maybe they didn't get committed. Maybe they get ignored or something. But yeah, you'll have to target Android, which does take a little while. If it's set to PC, Mac, and Linux right now, that can take 10, 15 minutes. I would have thought it would already been set to Android because I committed that change. I don't know why my crust is not showing up in this list. Hope it's not an update thing. I literally just updated the other day. Not helpful. Okay. Try that again with my offsets. I end up over here. Oh, what's your project? Is it the one with Ozzy and the building an airplane thing? Because good fucking luck with that. I mean, I love the idea, if that's the one I'm thinking of. It's an awesome idea. What was I testing? Oh yeah. Hey, the holsters follow me. That feels okay. They should probably turn with my head too, I guess. Maybe not. No, my head's turning separate from my body, so that seems normal. Okay. Holster system looks decent. Except for this part, where I can balance. I should probably turn off the collider, not the collider. I have to turn off the what do I have to turn off? Ooh, that's actually not that trivial. Yeah, good luck with it. It'll be fun. I mean, ours is kind of interesting because it doesn't. It's probably not going to be a finished thing. It's just going to be kind of an experiment in light and sound and all the senses that we can, hopefully haptics and things like that. So we're just trying to push Unity and see how to kind of come up with really interesting playing with the senses basically. And then if we have a chance to make some gameplay around that. Texture compression, absolutely no clue, mate. Default, no idea. We basically don't have any textures, so I'm not too worried about that. Currently, at least. Yeah, Daryl found a really sick kind of cavern cave system thing, which is this low poly and beautiful. And when you cut all the lights and put like a skybox, it's just stars. It's like pitch black, and then we have these glow sticks. So we're like, these glow sticks, and like, we don't know how that mechanic's gonna work yet. But I'm thinking like, you have maybe 2 glow sticks, and you throw one forward in the absolute pitch black, and it's all hopefully like volumetric lights and bloom and all loveliness, and that glow stick becomes like your teleport target that you can actually teleport to. So you can only have, if you have 2 glow sticks, you're kind of like leapfrogging between these 2 glow sticks. And if you end up dropping one off, I don't know, into a ravine or something, then you have to figure your way out or something. I don't know how it's going to work. But I do like the idea too of the glow sticks being something you have to like snap and shake, and then maybe they only last a little while. So if you drop one off into a ravine, then I guess, you know, you're down 1 glow stick. There's lots to play around. The idea is mostly just playing with lighting and creating. And we've luckily Daryl's got access to a lot of audio resources, so ambient sound. Also want to do hopefully like maybe another scene that's another area, another chamber in this cave system that's like really misty or foggy, and light's going to do you no good. So at that point you have to navigate with sound. So maybe whether it's like throwing pebbles and listening for like hitting things, try looking at some like really some of that binaural audio stuff, like really good directional sound, playing around with that if you have time. Another room could be completely pitch black and you don't have anything to throw around, so you have to reach out, and if you start touching surfaces, maybe like a thin cave tube system, you have to like feel out, and then if your hand touches a wall you get like vibrations, so you can kind of feel your way. Just playing around with ideas, really. It's gonna be fun. Learn a lot. It's a lot of stuff that wasn't on the curriculum too, which is fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna call this inventory system kind of okay for now. I don't like the look of these, but you know, this is an MVP, so not quite sure why those height things worked. Yeah. Texture compression, I'm not even sure you'd be able to tell the difference right now because we don't have any. Yeah, I've never seen those guys before. I'm totally gonna pick up $20 too. I mean, Jesus, for the price of like a decent meal, you can have like a full game environment. It's amazing. You guys want to see my asset store collection? Actually, this is what my assets look like over years. How many do I have? Air refreshing list, that many. I got 375 assets in here. And they're not all freebies too. Most of them are purchased. But if we need like, I also have like 7 gigabytes of sounds too in here. Some of them are pretty old, some of them are really quite new. So yeah, I try to stay away. I've got pretty much everything. I was gonna buy 2 things yesterday for another project of mine, and they were in my shopping basket. And I was like trying to hit buy, and it just said open in Unity. I'm like, what the hell? And it opened them in Unity. I realized I bought one in February and I bought one last year. Okay, never mind. All right, inventory is kind of good to go. So I'm gonna make a Daryl. I'm gonna make a prefab out of this. You have one already? I'm making a prefab out of the whole XR rig. So we can just swap that out. Because now it's got the whole system in it. And I'm going to commit my changes, which will include that prefab. So if you do want to use that prefab, make any changes you want to it, including to the camera. It'd be cool to test out some of this post effects. So what do I do? Holster based inventory system and XR rig prefab. All right, pushing that, mate. Okay. What can I work on next? I like the idea of only being able to teleport to the glow sticks. I'm gonna work on that. I don't think it's gonna be I think we might want to use that. It's a bit like the challenge we set. One of the challenges was to have it to have fixed teleportation, which I know you did for a fact. I'm gonna have a go at it myself. It shouldn't hopefully take very long. So I'm gonna pull in some of these one of these glow sticks. Let's get these cubes out of the way. What's there? Huh. Quench error. Let's pull a glow stick in here. Oh, I pulled in the green glow stick. That's definitely not green. That's not green. The red's red at least. I must have messed up the green one. Yep, I messed it up. Green. Point light. Green. And then let me let me push that change quick. Fixed green glow stick. And I used to have so many glow sticks as a kid. My neighbor, when I was on a farm, my neighbor was he used to train the Royal Commandos for the British Army. And the amount of fucking glow sticks this guy come back with, you just give us like crates of glow sticks. Turns out you put it in the freezer after you've used them, you can reuse them a couple times. Yeah. If you wanna if you made any changes to the XR rig to get that post working, feel free to make changes to that XR rig and push them. I won't touch that prefab for a bit. So I wouldn't mind getting some glowy on this end too. Now let's just see if this thing works. Hello, glow stick. So I want to. Well, first thing I need to do is get rid of the light on this. I don't want to be able to explore the scene by using the reticule, the teleport reticule. That's totally cheating. So, I have some thoughts. Cool. Let me know, mate. Hopefully everything's fine. Basically, we just want to know post effect, if the post effect works and the point light shadows work. So you might have to wave your glow stick around a bit to see if you can get some shadows cast off something. That's going to be pretty important. How am I doing? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Let me know if you do make changes to the XR rig, because I might. Did you make any changes to the XR rig, Daryl, in terms of post processing? Oh, that's good to know, Andrew. Thanks. Want to change. Teleportation's gonna need some revamping here. I don't really want the reticule anymore. I'm gonna add some stuff to this. I'm gonna make it so you can disable the reticule. Couple, disable reticule. Now that's not disable. Disable reticule, then hide that. That's one thing. One thing done. But when we teleport, when we actually teleport, okay, we're going to the hit position. So what do I want to do here? I want to when I'm moving this teleport around, I want it to be basically invalid the whole time, unless. Well, this is only going to be useful for the glow stick sequence. We don't want this for regular. For if we're doing like the sound and stuff. So I'll make sure it's all Boolean controlled. Okay, cool, Daryl. So I actually am not going to disable the reticule. I'm going to hide it and make it invisible because I actually want that reticule object, because I'm going to put a trigger on it, and when that trigger goes over something like a glow stick, then it's going to snap to it. So I don't want to disable it. I do want to show it. I just don't want to. If it's disabled, we're going to set its. Just hide its renderer. So yeah, we'll get its renderer and just set that enabled to not disabled. Disable the reticule rendering. Actually, I'll make this a method. Set reticule visible false. Oh, not false. To not disable reticule. That way I can get back at this and change it. If we move between scenes and we want to suddenly have that again, we can just do that. Visible. What did you do different than me? Oh, okay, I'm gonna watch that video you sent me. Some learning from that. Oh, maybe it's in the big screen so I can see it. Oh no. Huh. Yeah, it must have really just not pulled any of the project settings. That's the same reason it would have not had it targeting Android too. Oh, we turned off the post-processing layer. Interesting. Okay, interesting stuff. I'm trying to replicate that on my end now. What you did there on the glowy. Interesting that you disabled the. You had to disable the. What the hell is that down there? Oh, that's the teleport. Then yeah. Let's just pull back a little bit there. So, camera, you took off the post-processing layer, and then you put the volume on the object itself, which shouldn't be necessary. Interestingly, yours was just called volume. I didn't know. I have no idea what this volume thing is. It's some script. Yeah, it looks identical to. It's got things like global. It looks identical to this. See, this one's got global, weight, priority, profile. Everything's the same. So why is that one working and this one not? Let's try what you did. So I'll use an existing profile. Some assets. No? Volume profile. That's a totally different thing. This looks like an old system. This does not look... I'll try to get it working with this. I'll make a new volume thing called whatever. Oh, it's for overriding individual things, I guess. It's using really old school. Yeah. Seemed to do the trick though. So, kind of. Oh, I can see it here too. Why? It's only making parts of the glow stick glow though. It's gonna be something to do with the glow stick, isn't it? It's only parts of this. Oh, it's using the emission map as a texture for the emission. Maybe I don't want to do that. it still doesn't make a difference. Interesting, the glow stick. Oh, look at that, the volume. The volume, it's only glowing around the, it's only doing post effects around the glow stick now, which is totally not what we want. Especially for stuff, well, for this. So this is like some kind of override. Let me play around with this. I'm okay, I want to try the. It's weird, that is totally just some kind of weird override. Let's make a new one again. Yeah, that normally doesn't seem to work. The normal proper post-process volume doesn't seem to do anything. What's that doing differently? But it was only creating a glow around that the glow stick. So I moved it to like undo all that. Put that other one back in. You can see if I move the glow stick away from this cube, it stops blooming. Which means it's not really a global thing at all, even though it says it is. Saying that, it could just be the light coming from the glow stick that's causing it. Because these cubes probably don't have any HDR. Yeah, they have no emissions on. Let's try changing that. Turn on the emissions to be green. Yeah, right. It is global. It's just totally weird. Now it's glowing even when that's why my glow sphere was working. Because it has an emission map. So it's something to do with local. But that's still very odd. It shouldn't have to live on this. I'm wondering if we just take the camera, instead of using this newfangled post-process volume, the one I've always used, use this one instead, and just create, I guess use the glow stick. Well, we'll be renaming that glow stick one to something better. We'll call this should probably put this somewhere better, but I'll call it I'll make a new folder for post-processing. Post processing. It's probably not spot right. And there, I'm going to put the glow stick one and rename it to just default. Call it yeah, I'm just going to call it default processing. So it just has some bloom and whatnot. Now on the camera, I'll use your volume one and use the default one. Now I'll remove it from the glow stick. Yeah. That seems to be the trick. Now why have they ditched the original? So all these guys can go to. Wait, what? Bloom on there, and this one, what happened? Oh, it's because they both see. I didn't add a volume to that. Let me just tidy this shit up again. Get rid of that. That'll be the post-process volume. It'll use the new volume. Default. I'll take it off the camera. Both the old one and the new one. Now I've lost it. Did I change? Oh, post-process layer. Did I kill that too? Did you remove the post-process layer, didn't you? God, what have they done to this thing in URP? Or at least this version. I want my anti-aliasing, for instance. Not easy to work either. Global. Default. Time for some big undos. Undo until I hit some glows. Okay, we have a glow here. It's definitely coming from this volume on the main camera. So let's just forget about this one. Yeah, let's just lose this one. Forget about it. Forget about it. Apply that change. Okay, well, I like that simple. Just using that volume on the camera and using this new volume profile, which is different. It also has a totally different list of things. So this feels like maybe it's beta or new or something. I'm not sure. Either way, that's the trick. Don't know why my glow stick's not. It's only glowing from two ends. Very strange. Why is that? Let's make this ground a bit darker so I can see what the hell's going on. Glow stick, why are you? It's not using an emission map anymore. Oh, I think that's going on. The point light's catching the light. So I turn off the point light. It is glowing very subtly. But the light is catching the edges and making it blow out. That does it. Okay, so I need to... Can I make it not affect the glow stick? That'd be ideal. I'm going to make this glow stick a new layer. Hold, ignore, post processing. Don't really want the glow stick to be. Let's see if this is a smart move. Ignore, apply to children. Now on the camera. Not the camera. Where am I doing this? I was just looking somewhere for this. Yeah, that volume thing still exists though. It's working. Oh, sorry, it was the light. The light, I don't want the light to touch. There we go. So the light will no longer catch on the glow stick. The glow stick's responsible for its own glow. It'll hit everything else. I'm just trying to figure out I'm just trying to fix that, how certain parts of the glow stick are just going mental. So what I can do now is this will glow everything else. That's fine. The light's not affecting the glow stick. So now I can really blow up the glow stick's HDR. Really ramp that and get the glow I want. There we go. Perfect. And the light's not affecting it. If I put the light back on, it'll be even crazier. That's not too bad, but that gives us more control. So that's how the glow stick's gonna work. Override. I probably didn't override the the base though. No, it didn't. So let me redo this to the base. Green glow stick. Green glow stick. What's my intensity? 3.9. Base glow stick. Intensity 3.9. Basically, won't be able to see. Is it gonna be white? It's gonna be white, isn't it? Oh, it's yellow. Oh god. But I do need to go into. That's probably also because. We'll see how this pans out. Looks pretty good. Then I'm gonna start looking into volumetric lighting, I think, because that's gonna look so good. Except according to Andrew, it's gonna look like shit. So. Okay, that's the other red one. Should be fine now. Totally is not. So much for these variants. That's because it's materials. The materials themselves have all this information on them. We want that to be red, not green. Like red. Really red. And then 3.9, like, give me some glow. That looks nice. Okay, these glow sticks look pretty good. Those sticks look pretty good. So I'm going to commit those changes to the glow sticks. And then I want to keep working on some of that teleportation for a bit before I eat. Good. God, it's really overblown. But glow sticks are kind of in your face, to be fair. Can hide those cubes because they're a bit mental as well. Let's get them out of there. Oh, wonderful. So both things are broken in a build. Shit. I'm somewhat skeptical about this strange script we're using, which seems necessary, but I've never seen it before. But it seems to work, so I need to figure out how to get mine to build so I can join on that front. I'm also being quite wary of I need to be able to make a lesson out of this stuff for tomorrow. What have I got for lesson stuff? We got quite a bit of lighting stuff. The whole post process is stack, which is a bit weird right now and may not be the way we go, but it certainly can be part of the lesson. The inventory system. I did that from the ground up actually because there wasn't much code. We could do more than that though. We could do more than that. Just have it so everybody has to play through a link cable. How about that? God, that's bright. Whoa, yeah. That's a shame it's not working right now because that looks fucking fantastic. It looks so good. It's not casting much light though. No, over there it's not. Yeah. The light casting leaves something to be desired. Let's crank that up. The problem is the light also blows out the bloom. Point light shadows work in the editor, not in the build, as well, to clarify. Yeah. Great. Okay, I might have gone overboard with the bloom here because I need this light to be more intense to cover more ground. That bloom then goes through the roof. So we have to crank our intensity down on bloom. Well, even with bloom off, that's no good. So let me try that. That's my range isn't doing much. It could be because the light is... No. What is wrong with this? This light's not doing much. This is with bloom off. And the light's just mad intense. No matter how big I make this range, it doesn't seem to do anything. I don't want that much intense light. I want it to be like, I want my range to be up. This is super intense. Maybe maybe I can just make it a bit darker. That's effectively like dropping the intensity though. Lighting's hard. It could be because the scene is really quite light already. I know this ground looks dark, but it could be that the scene is just like crank down the environmental lighting. Well, that didn't do anything. Oh, maybe. Well, I mean, I suppose the ground is almost black. So, what's it even lighting up? Let's try to make this a bit less. That's more like it. Right. It's because I made something basically not. It's probably also shiny and shit too. This probably isn't gonna be as big a problem as I think in the cave system. So the biggest problem right now is that I can't reach this. Nothing's working to build. That's a big issue. I always tweak these glow sticks later. Oof, 3-minute delay. Hmm. Hmm. I need to figure out why my headset's not showing up. That's my biggest issue right now because I can't contribute to these fixes. Right, let's leave all this alone for a minute and focus on that. Got debug developer mode on. It's not that. Let's try the app. Huh. Developer mode is switched off on my Quest 2 on the Android app. How did that happen? That might be enough to bring it back to life. There it is. Jesus, how'd that happen? Okay. I guess is a scene good enough to test? Inventory scene. Got a glow stick, got a couple more glow sticks. Give it a build. While this builds, I'm gonna try to grab some food, everybody. So for those watching, I'm gonna take maybe a half an hour break and I'll be back. I need to eat. So I'm just gonna, I'll leave the stream running, but I'm gonna just mute some stuff. I'll be back in about half an hour. So about just past 3 p.m. Pacific. Actually, I have a thing. I had to be right back. Thing seems to be not rendering now. Never mind. Let me make a new one. Actually, MS Paint. Oh yeah. Skills. Mad. High tech. A high tech solution. There we go. Okay, I'm back in a bit. Check. Yo. Check, 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 check. 1, 2. Check. Check. There it is. Yeah, this takes her. Come on. Ooh. It's at 24.5 minutes. Oh no. Fuck. After all that, I ran into the same problem. They're all dead. Bloody Oculus. Wasn't enabled. Oh well, second build should be much faster. Today it's mostly been sponsored by progress bars. STC texture compression. Right. Remember to do that. Riveting. There we go. I think I've noticed here. I don't know if you're there, Daryl. I think when we build to Android, it's not using a high quality settings. Which could affect multiple things. That we can see what it affects. It includes the bloom, because it's changed this pipeline asset. If this is to be trusted, I think this means that when deploying, it doesn't allow high. We can use high, and we're using high by default. But really, we want to be setting it to medium, or we should allow. Okay, hang on. It does say it allows it. So what's this green mean? This is the green meaning. Default, medium. Okay. So let's just set the default on Android to high as well. And that will now use this guy as opposed to the medium. So what's the difference between medium? Well, that's the thing right there. HDR is switched off in medium. So you can't have bloom. Now, shadows are also turned off. Oh wait, that's for spotlights. Well, it says additional lights. So medium has shadows off for additional lights and no bloom. That would explain. That's the directional lights. This would be any other kind of light. So yeah, with medium on, we didn't have shadows on, and we didn't have HDR. So I'm going to set that to default to high. And hopefully a build. Let me do this right now. set the texture compression to whatever Andrew was talking about. Now it's set up to use Oculus. Hopefully the second build won't take a trillion years. And if it's all dandy, it'll just be really slow. But work. I don't mind if it's slow. It's a tech demo. It could probably be made fast with enough attention, but we're just seeing what's possible. Please don't take 20 minutes again. This makes for riveting watching. I suppose I need to change the texture compression, so this could take quite a while again. I shouldn't have bothered with texture compression. This could take... Actually, last time I was rebuilding the shaders for most of the time. I shouldn't have to do that again. So hopefully maybe this will take a few minutes. No, don't apply the shaders again. Ah! Whoa, I could be here for days. Oh, it's quite faster this time, much faster. Oh yeah, that should be okay. So we're just checking. It's This is probably going to be really slow. If it does work, it might be really slow. That's fine by me. Come on. Ooh. Made in Unity. Damn right it is. Hey Daryl, I don't know if you can hear me. I got bloom and point shadows working in a build, and the frame rate is fine. I mean, the scene's not much hasn't got much going on, but it's fine. So that's both our problems sorted. Phew! Now we get on with the fun stuff. Right. Proceed with the entertainment. Let's take this back into our cave. This seems. Well, actually, I wanted to do the teleport stuff, didn't I? I did. I also wanted to see. Okay, let's just do a little bit more development before we jump back into the cave. So this should. Well, I need to turn on Link again. Oh. Right, I never actually quit this thing. Quit. Now Link. And yeah, panic over. We're all good. We can press on with the fun stuff. Yeah, it was all down to it having the medium. I'll show you on once this is finished. It was super simple. Basically, in your graphics, your quality settings. So for future generations, we want to run into this problem and somehow find this video. In your quality settings, this is the default. Let me unplay this. The default is this. So on a medium level, if we can even see it here in the scene, if I move all this shit out the way, you can see what medium looks like versus high, right? And you can see, well, the shadows you can't see because it's on top, but the shadows too. If I move this over there, see the shadows? Boom, both gone. So the reason is for the shadows is because they're just straight up turned off. If we go look at the medium settings here, shadows are basically off for additional lights. We only get shadows for our directional light. And HDR is switched off, which means no bloom. So you just swap that over to high by setting it to the default. And the frame rate seemed completely fine. I didn't see any problem with the frame rate. So, granted, it was. Yeah, here we go. So this is high quality. It's got cast shadows on and HDR and all that loveliness. So, I'm going to carry on thinking about the teleporting system and how to teleport only to the glow stick in this case. Well, anything is specified as a teleport target. I also want to work out a way to. Oh my god, right over here. So much bloom. Can't reach it. Come here. So much bloom. Huh. So, in fact, it was better frame rate when I built up my crest because I wasn't recording and streaming. So when I throw that guy, he becomes a target. So I want this thing to not have a light on it. It'd be just like a basically almost invisible gray, and then when it goes over here, it snaps. Like it snaps to that. That's what I want to do. So what I'm gonna do is think in my brain. I'm gonna take that reticule and get rid of the huge light on it. Get rid of that point light. Now it's reticule, I want it to be really barely visible. So in the XR rigs, on the right hand, valid teleport color. So invalid teleport color. I'm just gonna make that like a really faint gray. Ooh, Daryl found something sexy. Let's have a look. Oh, I heard about the Skymaster dude. I'm already in the market for this. You want me to buy it? Buy it, right? How does it look? And will it work with our point lights? And will it somehow work on a quest? It's the refund policy. Totally doesn't work. Let's see if you got any reviews about it on the quests. VR? No mention. What mobile? Really? Android? Has anybody tried this thing on? Daryl, you legend. No, there's no mention of really anything. It's great reviews, but not much mention of it's gonna work. You always get my money back pretty easily on assets that just don't work for you. Alright, I'll do the teleport things. I keep talking about it, not actually do anything. So when I throw this glow stick on the yellow glow stick, I'm gonna put a big old trigger on this thing. So we'll start with this big sphere. It's not squished. Good. Is it squished? It's totally squished. Okay, well I don't care about the sphere, I just care about the collider, so let's lose this shit. Do I need that? I don't need that. And let's make this collider pretty big. Like 2 meters? No, that's a bit much. 1.5. Yeah, that's gonna be where we snap to. So that's gonna be a trigger. Now I'm not really sure how this. Oh, I know exactly how this is gonna work. I'm gonna use the reticule and I'm not gonna show it. So in the right hand, I'm gonna disable the reticule. Now this doesn't disable it as such. What I've done is, if that's a badly named thing, it should be visible reticule, and it'll be defaulted to true. So normally we have a reticule. Now all that does is hides its renderer. It disables the renderer, so it still has an object, which is going to move around using that smoothing action we got. So we can then slap it on trigger, enter on it, on an extra little script, and that can shout back to the hand, the teleporting hand, and say, "Hey, your reticule just touched an object that has like a snap teleport target on it," and then it can just snap to that point, basically. More thinking required on how you unsnap it. We'll figure that out as we go. So the reticule is going to have some kind of new script called teleport reticule. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing reticule right. I've only ever read it. I've never pronounced it before. Who knows? Whack that on there. And that reticule is going to know when it on trigger enter. Now it's gonna want to know if the reticule touched a teleport target. I would call it teleport target. It's gonna be the name of the script. So we'll grab that. Or try to teleport target equals other game object get component teleport target, and if that exists, then we will let now the teleport reticule itself will yeah, this is no problem. Let the locomotion script, locomotion system know about the teleport target. We're going to need this guy. It's going to be a mono behavior. And it's really not going to do much. It's more of a, it'll have some, probably have some settings. For now, it doesn't need to do anything. And this reticule will know about its locomotion script or whatever we call it, and that'll be on teleport target touched. And that will be the teleport target. Now this is going to be a public VR locomotion script. Okay, so that'll let this guy know that something's happened. Before that happens though, when this thing starts up, like way at the start, put in awake, it's gonna have to let the teleport reticule, which is now actually gonna be a script teleport reticule, it's gonna let that know you. I'm gonna make that a property because that's disgusting. Make it a property. Get set. Lose that. Use this. Drops a good one. Get back out of here. So now these guys will need no. Yes. What was that before? That was a renderer before, wasn't it? Yes, no. It must have been a renderer. Teleport. What were we changing again? The material. So that would have been the renderer. Okay. So teleport ridicule renderer equals teleport ridicule dot component renderer. Make it so. And we use that guy instead. Bish bash bosh. All right. So now this guy will know about this, so we can say, we'll talk back to that. Now we just need to put teleport targets for now on the. There's a ridicule there. Now it's glow stick. Let's go into its base prefab. We got this is its teleport target. Now I'll have the teleport target script, which does bugger all. Hopefully that'll put it on everything now. So when something touches that, oh wait, I'm doing this backwards. The teleport reticule should not be the one, because our teleport reticule doesn't have. I don't know, this is totally wrong. This stuff. Yeah, bear with me here. This is actually going to live in here. This thing does have a trigger on it. And if it touched a teleport reticule, we talk back that way. It's been in reverse. That's the teleport reticule, and we just let it know. Let the teleport reticule. Teleport and reticule don't look like real words anymore. So that'll talk backwards. And then it will let the local machine thing go. So say, hey you. On teleport target touched. And who? This one. Yeah. And it's like, no way, man. And then just does what it did before. That. And it doesn't need that. This guy's simple. This guy will then be let know here. Now what do we do? We basically, I guess, need to snap to it, but we still need to be able to unsnap to this thing. So we're probably going to need if I'm not rendering the reticule, which I've already decided I'm not going to. So it's invisible, but it's still got a collider. So it doesn't matter if that thing's... This doesn't need to snap to it. The actual teleport beam does. So what we'll do is say, we'll set something like a target override, or like a teleport position override is equal to the teleport targets dot transform the position. I'm going to be a little cheeky. That might be a moving thing. maybe if it's rolling down the hill, for instance, I want to be able to still follow it. So I'm going to make that a transform, not a position. So we set that to a transform. And I guess at this point, we'll have the untouched. And we'll set this to null. And this could cause problems if we have multiple glow sticks next to each other. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Not yet. So where this is called, we also want to know if it's untouched. So this middleman script is a bit stupid, but there's no simpler way of doing this. The untouched. And now where this is called, we do the same thing on exit. So when the trigger exits, if it was the reticule, then we let them know that touched no longer touching teleport target. So we let it know that on untouched. Dandy. So and that will set the override to null. So while this has a value, it should be any time that the reticule, which reticule is trying to follow. Let's think carefully here. The reticule is always trying to follow this, which is effectively the hit position. So we got to keep moving that hit position. But where we actually want to draw this is where we get fancy. Instead of using the desired position here, we want to use the overridden position. So the arc always snaps. Behind the scenes, everything's still moving. It's still moving around this invisible reticule, because we rely on that to fire off the teleport target triggers. So but we actually just visually, we just want to see the teleport arc land on the overridden position. So if there is an overridden position, we don't want to use this. So if the override does not equal null, keep in mind this is all used. Is it? Is it all used fine? Delta. This is the only time I use this. Delta. Desired position not used anywhere here. Just here is the only other place I need to take into account. I think I got this now. So here we just do a little ternary. It's kind of gross looking. We'll say, you know, if you've got an override that's not null, then use instead the override's position. Otherwise, use the desired position. That should handle the arc rendering, always snapping to the nearby teleport target. Now when we actually do the teleport, no, we gotta do a bit more here. Because the hit, what's hit again? The hit transforms, this could change, this could be changing. This behavior has to be overridden. If we have a teleport target override, we can safely assume if we have a overriding teleport target, I think it's safe to assume that's okay to teleport to, then we can ignore this whole invalid state anymore because we're not worried about that. We do want to set it to valid just in case, and then we want to handle this differently. So if the override does not equal null, we have a teleport target to deal with. Otherwise, do all this stuff the old school way. Now this is going to be basically just going to do a modified version of this. A little bit of code repeating, but it's not heinous. Valid color, yes. If the trigger is pressed, we teleport them not to there, but instead to the teleport target overrides position. Yeah. That works first time. It's a goddamn miracle. So I should just need to throw a glow stick out there. Hopefully we'll see some snapping going on because of this. And then if I teleport, it should me to the glow stick. Now, I also need to make sure that I disable on the hand. I actually don't have a visible reticule. I want that to be invisible. And the invalid teleport color. I also kind of want to have only let you teleport. One thing at a time. I need to make it so you can only teleport targets. It's going to be another Boolean up there. I need to be able to reuse this script for easily. Ah, damn. Daryl, you just... Oh, okay, I'll have a look at that in a second. So my teleport has a null reference on it, of course. Because if it worked first time, I'd have to take my computer outside and do an exorcism. I changed the name of something, did I not? I did, because I changed the type of something. So that right hand needs to hold reticule now, that one. Okay. So that's the bit I knew I'd want to get rid of. I don't know why it's stacking up on top of something. Don't know what that's on top of. This thing is not being very picky. But it didn't seem to work. Let's get closer. Give us a hut. But no. No errors. Let me show that. Visible reticule. Now, a lot of these things need to be set to ignore raycast, like a lot of them. I don't know what happened there. The reticule definitely needs to be ignore raycast. There's other stuff like your holsters. They should be ignore raycast. So you can't teleport into the side yourself. Actually, those are prefabs themselves. That. So that's little. Well, this thing never had a collider on it, so reticule shouldn't have been what was lifting it into the air. What could be lifting it? Capsule collider is not being used on the player. What else is in the scene here? The hands have little colliders on them now with the triggers. The hands should also probably not be recastable. Basically nothing on your body should be recastable. It's possible the hand was getting caught. That doesn't make much sense. Or any sense. Right. Well, let's have a closer look at this now. We can see a bit more. I'm going to split my screen here. I want to see what that... close it looks like. I'm gonna move myself a little closer to definitely having to teleport. Considering we're about to disable that system, that's not a great thing. Table. Oop. Oop. No. Table. Glow sticks. There. Nice and close. God, that's bright. Yeah, there. Where are they? There's my reticule. Why is it floating? It can't be hitting the teleport target, surely. It seems to be. Oh, I think I'm just going on. First of all, the target reticule has no collider on it, so there's no way. Oh, it does. Shit, it's trigger. Fuck. Need to remind myself. Unity, trigger, on, trigger, enter, triggered by triggers. Always forget this. Right. Gross. Well, the rigid body, there is a rigid body on this little, oh no, there isn't, because it's, teleport target should be on. Damn it. So this little poop here needs to have, a rigid body on it, which makes no sense, because, okay, kinematic rigid body. How much? Well, it's only got a trigger collider on it, so it shouldn't knock things around too much at all. It's it's still so sketchy how these things work. So that's the teleport target. Let's throw some more logging in here. Let's do a debugger. Debug it, not exit, enter. That's what we want to see. Students handing their homework into. I'm about to look at that in a minute. Oh, it's so bright. Fuck. But that didn't trigger the. What's it climbing over? Alright, I need to pause this. Control Shift P. Oh, it was Control P. I missed Shift. God, pausing in VR is so hard. Get out of here. Alright, put that down. Don't move the hand. Control Shift P. What's it hitting? Totally is that collider, is it? Why are you hitting that? Okay, it's. it's a trigger. It's still hitting it, so my rate cast is hitting it. Okay, so we'll make it ignore rate cast. Keep remembering to change the correct one. It should be ignore raycast. The teleport target, because we're relying on this collider to do the dirty work for us. And this also had a rigid body, didn't it? Kinematic, no gravity. Are we gonna fire this up? No, it's okay. Let's try that again. Hoping to hit a breakpoint. Step into the center of the sun. Alright, so it's no longer colliding with that. It's also not what if it's going to be using set position? Does set position bypass? I have to remind myself of a lot of things here. On trigger, enter, setting. I get to remind myself of these little things. That's not the right search result. Nonsense. Teleport target. It's got a sphere collider on it. So debug there instead, but still should hit that. And the reticule itself. Oh, the reticule doesn't have any mass or substitute. I knew that. What was I looking at before? That's why I was assuming, and I didn't. Fuck. I just checked for that. I checked the wrong object, didn't I? This needs a sphere, collider, trigger. Trigger should do it. Let's make sure it's about the right size. Perfect. My music. It's being unreliable. No. Let's get some something a bit tastier on. Just no, that's too quiet. Some juicier. Yeah. Some jungle. D&B. It will do. Okay, now you've got a sphere collider on you, which is a trigger. Let's keep going. I'm still hoping to hit some breakpoints here. Oh, we hit a breakpoint. It's like, why is it frozen? Cool. That means it's probably working. Oh, it's definitely doing something. I knew it's curving the arc toward it, so I'm totally not doing the math right. I thought it was just the desired location. Clearly, it's more than just the desired location. There's another vector I need to mess with, but that, if it wasn't showing the reticule, is exactly the effect I'm going for. Once I get that line straightened out, let's give that a look over in VR locomotion. I thought it was just this. It's not just this, it's something else. That's the delta. Of course it's not the delta. It's going to be going from the transform position to the endpoint, which is the control point to the new position. Ah, there's a new position. That's one we don't want. Right. So this is upkiss. Screw that. I do want to move. This is important, that moves there, but I don't want to use that here. And why was I using desired position here? This feels wrong. This feels like it should be new position as well. Otherwise, it's not taking smoothing into account. This feels like it should be new position. Otherwise, it will never smooth. Well, it will kind of. It will smooth. It would have smoothed the arc, but it would not have taken the arc into. Yeah, okay, that wouldn't. I didn't notice that because this only affects the midpoint. I'm actually using new position down here, so that would just mean the midpoint's a little bit off, and I just didn't notice. But the point is, now we can override new point if we have a what was it called again? Override teleport target. Target currently. If the override thingy is not null, then let's just fuck code convention, one line it. We just override that, which will override this curve and the actual middle to end, so it should just snap. I'm confident. And that's good too. So this could be cleaned up a lot. I'm not super happy with this. Oh look, there's a shorter version of the above. I'll use that, thank you. This is the educational version. This is the development production version. Okay. I could test that, but might as well throw some more testing in it. Oh, there's another shorter version of the above. Oh god, yeah. Yes, please. I can have all this, or I can have this. I can have a bar. That was just for learning. We don't need to learn anymore. Oh, start position I didn't need. I'm not going to mess with this too much. I'll be doing this again in class, so we'll clean it up then. This is just for proof of concept. That should work. Now, I want to, while I'm here, let's bite off more than I can chew and have it so we can only teleport to targets. Default that to false. Now, if that is set to true, then the only time that it should have a valid color is here. Else if, right, so else if not only teleport targets do the usual thing, and if that's not the case, let's properly, if we have an overriding teleport target, if we don't have a teleport target and can teleport anywhere, then if we can only teleport, oh my god, spells, to teleport targets, just so we know what the hell's going on here. And if this is the case, I just want to set it to invalid every time. So you're not allowed. This is super messy, a lot of repeating code. Really should be state driven, and this lump of stuff should be not in here. But again, I'll probably get a chance to rewrite this in the lesson, so I'm not going to fret. It should be like a light gray all the time until you hit something. Let's teleport target. But you can turn this off whenever you want. So in certain areas of this experience, you can have normal teleporting. And then in certain areas, like the dark areas, you don't. So right hand. There we go. Not visible reticle and only teleport targets. Let's try it on this. Well, that snapping feels good. Did that. So messed up. Teleport should work fine. Yep. Like a glove. Hey, Andrew. Oh no, wheel work. Hey, Kristen. Where was I? Okay. Why? The invalid teleport target, it should be this horrible gray color. Why wasn't it using that? Did I copy paste the wrong thing? If we can only teleport to teleport targets. So we don't have a teleport override, that should drop to here. If not only teleport to targets, which isn't the case here, we should be ending up down here. Hit it with a debug. It should be easy enough. I just shoot anywhere. It'll debug. There's our debug. Right, so yeah, it totally is going. It's setting it to invalid here. Let's just let that pan out. Still green. Something's setting it back. Something's setting it back. What? Setting it back. Well, maybe the color is just. What is that beam? Is that beam already? Wait a second. Wait a second. Is that teleport beam already green? It's already goddamn green. It's gotta be white. I'm gonna tint it. It's gotta be white. We should also probably change the emission color. Ooh. Non-trivial. Right. I'll come back to that. That wasn't tinting, because it was already... If I make gray, green into gray, tint green, gray, it just stays green. So all my tinting was messed up from the whole time. Valid should work, invalid should be a boring gray looking thing. I think we're good. It still means you can kind of explore a dark map using this. That's white. Okay, that texture doesn't deal well with. Can I teleport to that? Good, no. Feels pretty good. I might make that much bigger. I can make that teleport target thing massive because it's not like I want to teleport right next to it or anything. I can't. So I can make it huge, but these tints are not working at all. Which leads me to believe whatever I'm setting the color to is just bullshit. So before I forget, let's make our teleport target on these guys like Mahusiv. It's like, yeah, you get anywhere goddamn near that, you're getting teleported to it. Now let's figure out why. Teleport beam material is now white. There's so many things wrong with this. I want to alpha pre-multiply. Oh, pre-multiply somehow lets it work with glowing. Neat. It's new. Additive does not. Multiply slightly does. Oh, multiply kind of looks the coolest though. Because it adopts its background better. I could be here forever fucking about with those settings. I just wanted to go like, that's, what is this property called? Can I hit this with a debug? Give me the string, no. Say properties, colors, base color. So let's try using real variable names here. Base color and emission color. This is going to be super gross now. So let's set beam color to the invalid. Because it's debugging. Set beam color. Do this thing to the color. And then do that everywhere, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to say, hey, teleport beam, check it out, your material. Set color. I've already forgot what they are. Base color. Color. I think it's emission color, yeah. Oh, there is a normal color too. I don't know how this shader is written, and I don't fancy reading it right now, so I'm just going to hit them all with it. And emission color. Hit them all. And that one too. Screw it. Like it's how I was complaining about that now after tons of them. How long has this been going? 6.5 hours. Jeebus. Okay, right. Set beam color is the way we do things now. So anywhere else we do that, like here, and like here. And like here. Leave the reticules alone. Hopefully that will get through to the material. Now I want to make sure it's definitely white. I'm tinting it. Should glow now at least. That'd be cool. The inventory system took less time than this. Okay, the gray looks good. Flaw. Perfect. I love it. Take me. Perfect. Ship it. Okay, all those changes were in XR rig. Changes. What have I done? What have I done? Added teleport targets. Glow sticks now act as teleport targets. I never want to see the word teleport again. Fixed a bunch of material and whatever rendering bugs. Teleport rendering bugs. Okay. What else did I do? Not a lot. Let's do it. Now let's see what goodies Daryl has given me. Oh no, you don't. Bloody shader logs. Always ruining my day. Away with you. Oh, screw off. I did not open it. I want you to... I just don't care. Whoosh. What we got here? Duplicated thingy. No, Daryl, you didn't give me all the good shit. That's what I want to see. I want to see the good stuff. Oh, what else has he bought? Daryl, you're unstoppable. Volumetric fog and mist. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like it's... Let's see how it works with lights, though. I want to see it react to a light. Well, theoretically, those are... No, those could be fake sun rays. They look very fake, those god beams. Well, there's a bit of glow around. It's really hard to make out. It doesn't look like the light's affecting it. Huh. Kristen, what is the goal? We have a scene that's basically pitch black. It's one of the experiments we're doing in this final project. The pitch black scene, and you have these glow sticks. And current idea is that you might have just 2 glow sticks, and you have to basically, or maybe they don't last very long when you throw them on the ground. They burn out pretty quick. And it's completely pitch black, so the only way you can explore this cave and try to get from one end to the other is to throw glow sticks around. And we don't want them cheating by like just using a teleporting thing to explore their map. So the idea that you can teleport only to your glow sticks makes sense. That's the premise. Alright, I better check out more than all the things that Daryl's purchased. So this is the one I'm excited about. This is the one I think it's going to handle our lights. It seems to be doing directional light interaction there. Now, if they have an example of a point light, that would be really good. Do they have a point light? Oh, at least they look like point lights. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Oh, yeah, it's casting. Oh, it's casting Godways. Yes, that's the good stuff. Ethereal, that's what I want, mate. Give me. It's the 1.2 gig one. Ah, could take a while. Right. Well, Daryl's pushing that massive asset. God. I suspect that YouTube must be like 5 or 6 minutes behind their chat. I don't know what's going on. This is a bit of a message in a bottle situation. What's next? Well, in lieu of... Oh yeah, I closed Unity because I was... Oops, wrong one. Okay, next up is once Daryl's pushed this ginormous volumetric lighting asset, I'm going to bring that into the cave and start messing about with making look these close-ups look really nice. I mean, they look pretty decent already, but let's pop all this stuff back into cave. I haven't seen the cave properly in a while. I kind of want to build it out to... Oh dear. Yeah. Kind of want to build it to the quest and see if it runs decently. I guess I need these, whatever I did. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Back to the other scene. Large ambient cave. I know Daryl's working in a duplicate version of this, so I can mess about in here and it shouldn't cause any issues. Now, if I replace XR rig with my new fangled prefab, let's grab this position. Oh, I'm in debug mode still. Copy the position, whack it on there. Lose this one. Rename this one. Move. And I guess, where is this putted? Right, he's not facing. This is facing over here, but so you can see this pile of blinding glow sticks. Right, so these should have teleport targets on them now. We should have everything we need, really. For them to work. Let me just check that my teleporting is up the same way as it was. Yep. So I guess let's give it a go. Okay, I have no idea what Daryl's up to. Just sit and wait. In the meantime, blinding glow sticks. We don't need this glow sphere anymore. But let's try out this scene. Let's have a peek. Maximize it. Maximum viewing pleasure. Okay, confirm the garden. Oh, those are bright, staring into the sun. Jesus. Oh. Ha. Oh, that looks cool. And they work. Can't teleport. I can't teleport there, but I can kind of use it to see the shape of things. But I'm sure I get around that. But the teleporting is great. Oh, the snapping. These are so bright. I'm gonna try to crash my wall. Ah! Oh, I love it. So I can hold on to this one. Oh, I can't reach that. Oh, one in the middle. Oh no, can I reach that? Just. Yeah, can I reach it down here? I can. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty cool. I literally have no idea what anything is. And this is genuinely a really cool way of exploring, because I have no fucking clue where anything is in the scene. Oh, that's really cool. No, over there. Uh-oh. It really doesn't want to... Yeah, I have a bug. Fine, teleport there. It seems... It's not letting go of, this one's collider. Not too far away, man. I really don't have any clue where I'm going. This way? Okay, there's like, that's definitely a problem. So I need to, it's not, okay, error? Is there an error in the console maybe? That might cause that. Okay, I'm still very confused. Can you clarify this? We're not going to use this 3-week. Mm-hmm. Right, what's going on with this teleport beam? So why can't I see it? I can't tell if the game is. Oh, it is funny. So I want to pause like this. There we go. The skill to pausing VR in one hand. What's up here? So my hand's pointing like way out there somewhere else. So how is this managing to still follow that? It's not. It's because the I think I know what might causing it. Think that. What do I think? Cash, what do you think? I don't know, man. Don't ask me. Basically, I'm assuming at this point basically it's a hands down, it's always going to have a target. So unless that this is cold, then it will never override that. And that's only ever cold if it manages. Alright, no. If it exits the trigger, that should totally be cold. But it's not, because it was still set down here. How did this manage not to get cold? Riddle me this. If a trigger exits, if the... Okay, well, this is these are completely wrong, these comments. Hey, Daryl's pushing. Okay, well, let me see if I can fix this before then. Um, if the reticle touched the teleport target, if the reticle stopped touching the teleport target, let the teleport reticle know it's no longer touching the teleport target, blah, blah, blah. And this should be setting that to no. And if that's no, which it wasn't. Okay, I need a repo for this. I need an actual reproduction. Like minimal steps here, because I don't really know what's going on until I can do that. Yeah, confirm. Jesus, so bright. Did I pick one up? There we go. Teams what color they are. Okay. Now. Yeah. Yeah. So what caused? Something caused me to get to a weird state. Ah. Okay, I'll take this one with me. That's insanely right. I love it. Oh, okay, well that's a problem. Don't want that. You need to sort that out. Ha. Well, that hand's on it. That can't be useful. So I don't know what happened to the other one. Put this down. Now it's. Is it when I drop it? Oh, I can't reach those. Oh, now it's fine. I can't reproduce this bug. I can't reach those. I need like an Alex thing. This is Cash from the past. Pulling Andrew in 15 minutes from now. Do I wait? Daryl seems to be having trouble there. Although, by the time you hear this, we probably fixed it. I wish I could fix that, reproduce that bug, but I can't. So, let's take a pragmatic look at this. It looks cool. If we can get environmental light stuffing, it would look sick. And it certainly has, as a mechanic, walking around in the dark and not being able to see anything and having to carefully throw light sticks around and teleport between them does work. I don't think we can rely on the user being able to pick them up again, though. So they should be disposable. And I think they should age over time and basically fade away. But that should happen faster. That should happen faster when the further you get away. As a player gets further away, the ones that like they left behind should probably fade away faster. So if you're standing next to one thinking it's going to stay on for ages, but if you just rush off, then the ones behind will. That's nice to have. It's not essential. But I think what I want to do is use the inventory system to allow you to pick up a stack of glow sticks. Here's some mechanics ideas. You have a bunch of glow sticks in your inventory, in your holster. You pull one out, it's unsnapped. So you pull the trigger, and that makes a cracking sound, and then you have to shake it. And the shaking brightens it up to maximum brightness, and then you can throw it. Give it a bit more physical feel to it. That'll feel nice. It also means you can shake it less. Maybe you can choose different colors. Somehow. We only have 2 holsters, so you have 2 different colors maybe. Or you could tap a button when you're, or maybe you can just hold down, push the trigger. When you put your hand in the holster, you push the trigger and that cycles through the different things in your inventory. Or at least cycles the color of the, I'm not sure. I need a cigarette and think about this. Back at you guys. Okay. Back. See what Daryl's dealing with here. Okay. Line endings are not a problem. File name too long. Gotcha. Yep. I hear you. That will do it. That will do it. Alright. I'm going to do some programming. I want to make these glow sticks one glow stick that you can cycle the color of. So I'm going to get out of the scene because it's too slow anyway. Head over to my inventory scene again. Zoom. Alright. So this glow stick, let's have a look at it. Basic glow stick, I'm just going to call glow stick. Yep, rename the file. And it is going to have a new script on it. It's a throwable object now, so let's make a new script called glow stick. And it's going to basically be a grabbable object, a throwable object, but it's going to have some more stuff to it. Let's get out of debug mode here. So our glow stick is going to be a throwable object. And it's going to inventory object. Ooh, wait. Yeah, it's going to be an inventory item, which I want to be throwable. Damn it. Poop. So let's just make inventory items throwable. Let's just make them all throwable. Let's just do that. That's fine. I think. Let me just check. Yeah, that's going to be... The drop's important. We're going to be doing this. We never call this guy. And we have to, because when we take it from inventory, this is different than throwable. But it doesn't have to be. We can say when it's grabbed, item removed from inventory, which can then call take from inventory. How was this working before? Because this has never been called, so how was this setting the initial scale back? Oh, we did it here. The item was removed from inventory. So on take from inventory, which does do that, and all this stuff. We need that to happen because now this is going to be that's restoring initial scale and other things. So when we grab it, this can't do any harm, although it's not necessary anymore because this thing is coming from a throwable object, which when grabbed and dropped doesn't care about that stuff anymore. But this, it does here, because that's how we're gonna, right, that should work. Right, but I want to add a new thing here, and that is when I want to be able to trigger an interactive object. And that's only currently happening when it's if it's being held. That's not what I want. I want to be able to trigger it when it's not being held too. So let's rename these things. On held trigger start, and on held trigger end. And now we'll have another one in the grabber that if there's a highlighted object and we push these buttons, if the trigger is pressed and an object is being highlighted, did I call it highlighted? Touched. And an object is being touched. And we'll send totally new things through here. We'll have on unheld. It's a crap name, but on held trigger start and enter. So there'll be new virtual ones. On unheld trigger end. So these guys I will care about for the glow stick. Override on unheld trigger start. Don't care about trigger end. Base isn't going to do anything right now, but we'll keep calling it. So this is going to cycle glow stick color. Now we have to get a little fancy here. Basically, we're going to have current type index. We'll increase that. And it starts at 0, and if current type index is greater than or equal to the, I guess the materials, colors, glow stick colors dot length. So we'll make that guy an array of colors, serializable. We'll have another one for textures, glow stick textures. So we'll need that as 2, because this is going to have another thing here, which is going to be the mesh renderer. Glow stick mesh renderers, and this will just loop it. So current equals 0, cycle and loop the current type index. Now we've got that, we can now set all the colors. So we go through all the mesh renderers. So for each mesh renderer in mesh renderers, we'll set the mesh renderer. How do we actually do this to look like? We're setting more than just. So we have one material now. No. We'll have multiple materials, right? So we'll have not textures, but materials. And so we'll go through all the mesh renderers and set the material to equal the materials index. And we'll also change, so update the glow sticks materials, and then we're going to update the light color. So that'll be the glow stick, I'll call the light dot color will equal the colors current index. And this is going to be a light serializable. Right. That should be able to cycle through all the materials when we trigger it on held trigger start, which should be being called. Come on, we're calling this somewhere, right? No, we aren't. On held trigger start was done in grabber. On held. Oh, these are wrong. This is the highlighted objects. Let's rename this to touched object. Consistency. Grab the object. So touched object does not equal null. Same deal here. Then we call a touched object on trigger. That's right. On unheld trigger start. And now what the fuck's happening here? This is the held on held trigger end. Held, unheld, unheld. So now we should be able to reach out and touch that there and cycle glow stick colors. So if I set this up, we should be able to have one glow stick that has not a throwable object on anymore, but a glow stick script. On inventory scale, I think it was 0.5. Now it's going to be, how many colors do we have of these guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do the colors. We'll come back to the colors, do the materials first. And the renderers will just be lock that inspector. grab those dudes, add the renderers, unlock inspector. So the first material will be blue. That's a prefab, dude. What are you doing? Blue, green, orange, pink, red, and yellow. Now we'll have suitable colors. Blue, green, orange. I'm guessing what orange these are. I'm not looking at the materials. Pink, red, and yellow. All the colors of the rainbow. So I should be able to cycle through those now just by, oh, and the light. That's the point light. So when we initialize this guy, we should probably initialize it. So on start. Cold base, definitely. It's going to be doing all kinds of stuff. Yep. Now this is going to I'm just going to cheat. That equals -1. And then cycle it. So we start with the first one, which should be blue. Hack. Set to first type of glow stick. I should be able to just reach out and cycle this without picking it up. Let's try it. It's established. The stream is like 20 to 25 minutes behind real time. Sweet. Oh, okay. Touch. Hey, it works. The blue one doesn't seem to glow. The light works. Some of them definitely don't seem to glow. Let me check the materials. Ah, the ones that glow are the ones I remove the emission maps on. So we don't want emission maps on any of these materials. Blue. Pink. Pink seems more purple, but okay. Yellow. Okay, so they should all glow equally now. That looks like it's glowing. 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 Kind of glowing. Yeah, it's glowing. Some are just way more vibrant than others. Yeah. Oh, I know why. So I didn't actually change. These are HDR. Oh, damn it. Those are HDR. How the hell do I set an HDR color in code? I don't know. Unity, setting HDR, material color in code. Vector 4, huh? That sucks. What's this color usage? Ah, okay. Color usage, true. So it's a neat. So this is going to be color usage. Now, what is this? Show alpha. You know what? I hate the alpha. But I'll leave it anyway. True. Now, what were the ones that are really bright? Which are the bright ones? This one. 3.9 was the trick. So, for the glow stick colors, 3.9. Yeah, this is going to work now. Some of them are already set up, but well, none of them are now. I guess it just kept whatever the HDR intensity was. Hello, what have you increased to? What are you doing? Oh, whatever. It's probably rounding it or some shit. That's possibly a little bit intense. Let's try 3. 3. I don't know if it's snapping it or rounding it or something. Feels like it. 3.9. Maybe we have to enter or something, I'm not sure. Okay, that's better. It should cycle now properly. So I don't really think I need these colors. I don't need the colors, I just need the colors for the light. That should be 3. Hard to tell it's glowing. God. Whoa. They're bright, but they're not like. It's hard to say. It's like the base materials. The base material. Okay, I missed something in the materials. The base materials are like dark. That's right. I made them white. For the bright ones, I just made them white because I'm depending completely. The base maps are too dark. Is there like, can I just use a white base map? And just let this all come from, I'm going to use a white base map. I mean, the plastic isn't a different color. It's not that, so these base maps, let me just take one and, they all have their own emissions. I'm just going to bust up Photoshop here. Also a white. Oops, that was on. All this white albedo and use that for everything. I'll just make it no. Photoshop, are you installed still? Do I have a license still? It's been a while. Brace yourself, Coder back to use Potato Shop or whatever it's called. Ah, 3 years left my trials. So what? Since when? I've had a license for goddamn ever. There's like a 90-day license or something. Okay, first of all, desaturate and bring it way up. I'm gonna guess that's enough. Now let's just check it out. So all of those materials now, all of them are going to use the white albedo. Should be at least equally. Should at least be equally bright, and if it's not enough, I'll just crank up the emission intensity. The color is completely coming from the emission. It doesn't need colored plastic or whatever. Whoever made these was not expecting them to be as bright as the sun, so that should be now. Now there's tints on some of these fuckers. So kind of want to use the same. Do want a little bit of, I don't want it to be white, because that will totally blow out the middle. I'd rather be at least colored to the core. Let's see how that looks. Touch. Touch. That one's wrong. The pink one doesn't look right at all. Or the red one. Pink and red look wrong. What did I miss? Pink, did I fuck up the... Whoa! The intensity dropped. Why? What's doing this? No one's... What the fuck is happening? This is refusing. I think it's saving. What the hell? 3. Dude, 3. Stick with it. 3 point. What's changing these things? 1 point? 3. 3. 3. This is tedious. 3. 3. 3.9. 3. Why there's the red? Huh. The picker looks so different. I don't trust this thing. It's such busy work. You look great. You look okay. Whoa, my god. That's nonsense. Let's look out there. It shouldn't flash like that. It looks kind of cool. Fucking hell. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. When I hit play, I think they're just resetting. They're not resetting. Oh, why? Alright, I'm gonna make them all white. That's the only thing that's not consistent. Make them all white. Because red is quite a dark color. It's only got one component in it. And considering everything such ramped emissions are pretty exponential, so if I can just consistently white, I'll probably be blinded and I can just turn down something. Oh, that looks nice. That looks good. That looks, oh my god. Well, what's going on with red? I don't get it. It looks just white. There's no red to be seen there. I don't know why it's doing that. It's like it's clipping. Can I reach out there? No. Alright. I'm gonna put this under tweaking. As long as they can change, it's fine. Now, they can only change when they're not being picked up, which is perfect. So now I don't need all these different... I only need one prefab now, so I can go and get rid of all those other glow sticks that we have. We don't need these, we just need one. Now, when I put this in my inventory, I should still be able to cycle it. And it is an inventory item. That's step one. Then I want to make it so you can have as many as you want in your inventory, so it clones them. Or you have some number, then if I can render it in a world space canvas, the number you have. Again, it's like, it's gameplay mechanics. I gotta be careful I'm adding too much to that. So this is there. That didn't work out. Good chance it's because... Can I reach that? Oh my god. No. So much for your Guardian. Am I floating here? Okay, let's get this normal glow stick in here. Lines. Highlightable. Oh, shit. If it was highlightable, then by touching it, that might have been what messed up the colors. No, that wasn't my problem. It happens to right. The other one's the same. Still messed up. Okay, so I didn't even see my inventory. So I let go of it while it was in the inventory. So I should have seen something going on with my holster. I should have seen this happen. So let's hit her up. Debug it. I need to turn down those intensities. They're crazy. Alright. We might have some progress on Dale's front. Let's give this a shot first. Get the coding done. Debug. Okay, I did not get... Wait a second. Oh, I mean, no, glow stick is an inventory item. So when I let go in the holster, where did I put that breakpoint? I didn't even... Shit, I didn't even enter debug mode. I want to see it hit that. I just realized I have a day job today. Whoops. Fuck. Too many jobs in my life. When's that gonna start? Nothing about the day job yet. I'll wait to see what happens here. So, breakpoint, please. Not ideal. Oh no! Failed to connect the debugger. Okay, this is a Unity problem. I've been getting this the latest version of Unity. You can work around it by restarting Unity, which works, but sucks. To confirm if I got my day job today, I'm sure I do. a warning, word of warning. Turns out if you have a successfully backed Kickstarter, you gotta actually make the game, and games take ages. It's a fun game at least. Oh yeah, I need to hit my debugger up before I get too excited here. Go on those jobs. Okay. In my pocket. Damn. It doesn't even reach this. Which means it's not calling on drop. On drop is called in interactive object on dropped. I think I know what's going on. Maybe. Yes, throwable object doesn't call base. Oops. Anywhere. Yeah, because I made that change to grab object. I really should do this everywhere, but we'll do them as they become problems. That should sort that out. Debugging. Shouldn't really need to debug it now. I'm pretty sure that was the problem. Pushing 8 hours dev. Guess we got a fair bit to show for it. And in you go. Oh, look how small it is. And I can change the color just like I wanted to. So it works perfectly, but it's so small. Let's go in there. Oh, I shouldn't be able to. I definitely should be able to trigger that. I think I know what's causing that, but. And I need to turn off the light when it's in my pocket, otherwise I'm gonna be walking around like a goddamn flashlight. It kind of defeats the purpose of throwing these things if you're just glowing. So, I already have. So the glow stick is inventory item, so I'll override my put into inventory and when I take it out, and I'll just use it to turn off the goddamn light. I don't mind if it glows a bit, but it's the light that's the problem. So in glow stick, we'll just override those on put into inventory. Turn off the light. Light dot enabled equals false. And override on take from inventory. Enable the light again, which is going to be jarring to the system. Okay. We're getting there. Now I just kind of want to be able to have multiple, like a stack of them and just take them out, but that means having, well, even making them infinite now will do. So, in you go. The light's off. It's far too small though, so let me just tweak that without restarting. So our little glow stick here, buddy. Inventory scale, let's leave it 1. I don't think it's going to make it. It still makes it small because it's. This is. We're not parenting it anymore. This is done differently than. So here, when we parent it, I think I need to be a bit smarter here because this. I need to juggle some of this. When I unparent it, it goes back to world space scale. So then I restore the scale because that was initially stored in world space. So remember the world space scale of the item. And then for that to make sense, I parent it first. The parent has got its own scale. So before I parent it, it's going to try to maintain its scale. That seems right to me now. You scale it and then set the parent. Doesn't this take another option? It does. I always forget which way to do this. World's position. Always forget what the default value on this is. Is it true? Or false? I think it's false. If I'm gonna have infinite glow sticks in my pocket, I should probably put them in the holster at the start. So you can only use that holster. It's already got glow sticks in it. Ha. Oh man. Alright, now I'm just mashing code, which is never a good sign. Usually means you need a break if you just like, well, true didn't work, let's try false. It's not programming, that's just fucking guessing. The 8 hours of drum and bass in the ear is just turning your brain into some kind of goo. Okay, I'm just totally just flailing here. Stop, fucking focus here. Right. That holster's already been scaled down significantly. So we take the initial scale, make it even smaller, and then when we set its parent, I'm going to try shifting this around. Again, I'm just flailing at it a bit, but I do think when I do this, it's gonna rejig. When I do this, it'll rejig the scale, I think, based on the parent scale, and then I want to reset that. Oh, it's local scale. That's the problem. Local scale means shit at this point. That's why. That's what I need to do. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. Doing this will rejig the scale to maintain the scale I had before. Because if I don't do this, just to prove this, I'm not totally making this shit up. If I don't mess with the scale at all, it should stay the same size. and then after I multiply the local scale by I don't use the initial scale at all. That's what I'm saying. I only use that when I take it out of the inventory. So now I'm not scaling it. It should try to stay the same size, which it does. Then I apply the scale as a factor of whatever scale it ends up with. So here, I do this after it's been parented. So I take, basically, I'm just multiplying its scale by the inventory scale. So that should give us half size. And then the initial scale is used when I remove it from the inventory, which is fine. Because that happens when I unparent, I believe. Unparent and then restore the initial scale. It's a local scale, which is world scale, because if you have no parent, local scale is world scale. This guy should do it exactly half size with the light off, and I should be able to toggle its color while it's in there. So we're getting pretty close. I just kind of want to initially seed the inventory with that. So I want it already to be in there. Half size? Hard to tell. Is that half size? Maybe. No, it's smaller. I can't change the color. You can see glow still. Say, oh yeah, it's impossible to tell kind of what color it is, but again, details, they can be sorted out later. I think that scale's a little too small. So we take the glow stick, we take its inventory scale and make it a little bigger. So save all this stuff because there's plenty of it. Now, what I want to do is somehow make this glow stick, well, more importantly, an inventory item, potentially, for now, infinite. Infinite supply. So if it has an infinite supply, and I grab it, I can't do any of this anymore. Which is, well, I'm going to have to grab it. Oof. Damn. Inventory item on grabbed. Take from inventory. So, I kind of want to just make a new one. Is it as simple as that? So if the item has an infinite supply, I want to create a copy of the item that was just grabbed, just taken from the inventory. Yeah, so we get our new item, or item clone, copy, equals instantiate this. And that will be a inventory item. So now we kind of simulate it being put straight back into the inventory, like this, basically. Except we want it to do this. So it's a little bit janky now. Because that came from being dropped. So this is a really... Oh no, we're good, because we still know about the holster. If we make this public, we can just add that into the inventory, and it does everything. So we should still have the holster when we do the duplicate. We should still have the current holster. Take from inventory resets holster though. So this has to happen after. It'll be all in a split second anyway, so it's fine. So now we can say the current holster dot add to inventory the copy. And that's it. Infinite. And it wouldn't be much to change this to be non-infinite supply, but for now, let's test it. Well, we got enough for a very long lesson already tomorrow. Some of it I'll have to code in class, some of it will have to be kind of something I flipped earlier. Now this is still has to be put in my inventory the first time. Ooh. Oh, that looks half size now. Oh, it's 0.75 now, that's right. It's also based around. It's 0 isn't actually on 0. I'm not going to worry about that. So I can change its color. I can pull one out. I should be able to change the color like that, but it didn't leave a replacement. It didn't. Oh, I should have checked if there was one floating around the computer somewhere in there. Oh, it's a ticket. Infinite supply. Of course, it's Boolean. It defaults to false. Bow stick. You are infinite. That might help. Take one out. Leaves a copy. Fortunately, got an error. That's fine. That's why everything's working. Alright, we died. What do you mean we should... Oh, shit. Add to inventory, calls this. It hasn't had a chance to run its own start yet. Fuck me. This is a gross hack. I'm gonna do it, though. Like, really gross. Make properties or something. Item copy. Start. Super gross. That will call all this crap. I should solve my problems. In you go. Ha. Oh my god, where'd it go? Oh, the drop. Shit. Forgot to remove drop. Hey, the error I thought would never ever happen happened. Gotcha.
Do you want me to make super pasta with ice and slice of lemon?
Oh, that's okay.
I just want to get it up.
just need to read what's the recording. Now let's change up. Okay. Let's find a stopping point. Soon.
Let me
Where did I get
read
to?
anything while you're streaming in case I can help.
Exception. Right, I got an error. Trying to remove something. I have to recreate that. I don't know where I left it. There's definitely some issues. Like, I shouldn't be able to change the color right now, but I think I know how to fix that. So let's put a blue one in there. Light goes off. I take a blue one out. I can throw the blue one. Ah, when I throw it, it calls drop. So what I didn't do is I did not remove this. The trigger exits or removes that, so we need to unhook the drop. Why was this working before? Because I picked something else up, I think. I don't know. I only ever had one thing in there, maybe? This was probably broken the whole time. I need to unhook the drop event when I remove... I do. I do unhook it. Item removed from inventory. Was that getting called? That removes the hook. Which removes the on drop, and that's before I clone it. So the clone shouldn't have add item to inventory. Put into inventory. This code's getting a bit messy. I'll have to go over this before I try and do a lesson and clean it up. But this drop remove from inventory removes the event. But we're getting this. We're calling this on something that's already been technically set to null. So this is set to null only in one place, here. So when I remove the item from the inventory, which is here, somehow it's already been removed.